Evening, everyone, to a council meeting of November the 28th. Thank you all for being interested in municipal politics. It's nice to see you all here. Most of the time, we sit here on our own, and we're very happy that you're interested to be here. Not sure what you're here for, but we'll figure all that out in a few minutes. And for those that are standing, I'm sorry, as we go through the agenda, I'm sure people will leave and you'll have places to sit very, very soon. The first thing on the agenda is, first of all, it's a very big agenda. So hang on to the end if you can. Attendance has been taken and everyone is here except Councillor Miller. And he has sent word that he's on his way or he wants to come. He's probably looking for a parking spot. So we're all here but Councillor Miller, which takes us to the second thing on our agenda, which is the approval of the agenda, noting that there's an addendum. So if I could have a mover for the Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chambers that the County of Brant Council agenda and addendum for November 28th be approved and that the delegations regarding Councillor Kyle's resolution at 11.3, and that is delegations 4.2, 4.5 through 4.9, be moved to be heard after the other delegations, and the remaining delegations be moved up sequentially, and that item 11.3 be moved to be heard immediately following those delegations.
Wow, that's a lot. Okay, is there anything else to be added to the agenda? Thank you for that, Councillor Howes. All those in favor of the agenda as amended? Opposed? And carried. Declaration of pecuniary interest. Does any council have anything that they need to declare now? Seeing none, we'll move on to number 4, which is the delegations. Now, because of the agenda being altered and moved around, everyone's order that they have in front of them is not going to be the same as mine, but we're going to obviously go by mine because I'm chairing the meeting. The first person that's going to come and speak is 4.1, and it's Martin and Ian. If you want to come forward to the podium, please state your name and your address for the clerk, and you can begin. You have 10 minutes, and then we'll open it up to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey and councillors. It's particularly pleasing to see so many of my wonderful neighbors come out to visit us at the council chamber tonight, so thank you. My name is Ian Robertson. I live at 226 Dundas Street West in the town of Paris. This is
Martin McCaffrey. I live at 232 Dundas Street West in the town of Paris.
We are here because we are very concerned about this report that talked about Dundas Street improvements. We were so concerned, in fact, that we took a petition around and had 123 of our residents sign the petition. Can you guys see these PowerPoint slides on your screens? Thank you. Okay, next. There are a bunch of highlights that we put down on the screen here that were in that report. However, we're going to focus today on the removal of the all-way stop at Zabarella Court, and we're going to talk a little bit about why our street has become a collector road when it was always a local road previously. Next, please. So the concern number 1, the all-way stop removal at Zabarella Court. There is no safe way to cross Dundas Street West if that all-way stop is removed. There are no sidewalks on the east side of Dundas Street, and there are very poor sight lines when you're exiting Zabarella Court for both pedestrians and vehicles. You can see in these pictures here a westerly view and an easterly view from a vehicle that's exiting Zabarella Court. We took a tape measure and measured the sight distance from the vehicle, and you can see in both directions it's 60 meters. You'll also notice in these pictures that there are no sidewalks for pedestrians to walk on. Sorry, I'm just going to go back to these pictures again. Okay. So, uh, if you look at risk management guidelines from your insurance company, it recommends that you use the decision site distance rather than the stopping site distance when you're doing all your calculations. Now, according to the Transportation Association of Canada and the Geometric Design Standards of the province of Ontario, the decision site distance at 60 kilometers an hour is 160 meters, and a desirable distance is 240 meters. Here, we have only 60 meters of sight distance from this corner. So clearly, that does not meet the standard of, that's laid out in the provincial guidelines. So we did some more measurements. We did a bit of a risk analysis if the all-way stop was removed, and you can see some of the givens. We measured the street with a tape measure at 9.2 meters. And pedestrians on average will walk at 1 meter per second. Now, some walk a little quicker, but 1 meter per second is basically the guideline that the province uses when timing traffic signals. So it will take a pedestrian 9.2 seconds to cross Dundas Street West. So here's the scenario. Let's imagine that they've taken out the stop sign. A pedestrian is standing at the edge of the road, looks both ways, and starts across the road. If a car appears at that time, traveling at 50 kilometers an hour, they will reach the point where the pedestrian is in 4.3 seconds. So that means the pedestrian will only be halfway across the road before the car reaches them if the stop sign is removed. So the stop sign is the only thing that protects that pedestrian crossing the road. So from this, we can conclude that a pedestrian cannot safely and completely cross Dundas Street West from Zavarella Court to reach a sidewalk, because there's only sidewalk on the one side of the road. It's mathematically inevitable that a collision will occur at Zavarella Court, and it could involve another vehicle or a pedestrian. Hopefully it won't. And have the people with disabilities or children be considered in this, because they're going to move slower than a normal pedestrian. I'm going to turn it over to Martin.
Thank you, Ian. Our next concern really revolves around changing from a local to a collector road. Right now, what we're looking at is the traffic volume from the last traffic study done with Grant County in 2019. 120 cars pass in a 1 hour period, or 2 cars per minute, or 1 every 30 seconds. That's expected to reach its peak at really about 400 cars a minute once it's fully developed, or a car every 9 seconds. So we're getting up to volumes where even when it's not safe to cross, it's definitely not with that amount of cars. What we then look at is right up until the proposed master plan now, our road was considered a local road and was designed as a local road. And although it was changed as a collector road recently, the answer on Engage Brant came back that it was changed to meet the design needs of Brant County, which the problem with that is the collector road in terms to the county comes out that the collector road is supposed to be 10 meters wide, allow for road speeds up to 60 to 70 kilometers an hour, have sidewalks on both sides, and have room for a bike lane, all of which this road does not meet that design. So really, how does that meet a collector road other than something that we really want? At one point, when Zavarilla had control, the road was considered or at one time referred to in the meetings as a collector road, and we wondered if there was a bit of flow through with that. But then it got reminded, the county was reminded back then that it was a local road. So some of the questions that we really look at, Bears is changing. There's a lot of multi-generational families coming in. We're having more cars, more families. I got 4 cars. Our neighbors have 5 cars. Is when we're looking at traffic volume, are we really adjusting for those cars? 2, Councilor Oakley is looking at the agreement of having triplexes or multiple cars in houses. Does that mean Lausanne builds, from an investor point of view, a lot of triplexes? Nothing wrong with that, really. It's part of the natural growth of our town. But it does mean more cars, more people, and more risk. Really, the other part is At what point do we look at, do we really want people crossing a road that's not safe? That's really what we're getting down to. And have we, again, with accessibility for people, people with handicap that got to cross slower should also have a safe way to cross the road. Now, other consideration, we can look at it. We've already changed the cemetery, so they can't go through the cemetery. So that part's been taken care of. There are issues of if someone misses the road in terms of getting through, will they do a U-turn at the stop sign? It will become a bit more of a confusing issue. Is someone like they do at the Tim Hortons up on Rustacre going to bypass the pork shop and go right through it? So are we adding more problems than we're creating? And really, at one point, the sister was recommended to be an easterly exit, not a westerly exit. So now when we're looking at alternatives, there were a lot of different safer alternatives that were offered, and a lot of them allowed for the retention of the all-way stop on Zavarilla. I guess you can see the stop signs are a rather big point for us. Really, one is have an easterly, have the traffic split, so there's an easterly exit, so we have both exits. One is doing a road right through the workshard or the cemetery, which we do realize from the cemetery, there is a loss of potential 40 years of the cemetery life. But if that road goes through, are we sacrificing cemetery life for pedestrian and people safety? Because as we're growing with the neighborhood, and why were none of these issues or were none of these different options really looked at as an option? Our petition that we went around, and it was actually enjoyable petition to get through. I got to know a lot of my neighbors and a lot of them agree with. Really what we're looking for is that we can get a true thorough review or transparent review of all of these options, is to really look to implement alternate design options that can perhaps allow for more safety, and also look at different calming measures, lower speed limits, and back to the other one, we really want that stop sign to stay at Zavarilla. What I do ask people at Zavarilla, we've gone through the math, we've gone through the facts, I know we're running a lot of time and I appreciate the time from the council. So if you're not sure about this, come up to Zavarilla and Dundas, stand there, have 5 cars come by at 50 kilometers an hour at intermittent times, and think to yourself, is this a safe way to cross? If you can't really think that way, then that means we need a stop sign. Ian and I and the residents really want to thank you, the council and the mayor, for giving us the time to speak, and we appreciate and we'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Miller, do you want to come up and take your seat? You can stand in the corner for being late later. Are there any questions to the delegation? Councillor Bell, you're first.
I have questions which maybe staff can answer better than the delegation. It's something around the facts of the matter. Maybe Rob Walton could just talk a little bit about how traffic is going to build up in this development and the flexibility we have for timing on some of the issues that have been raised by Ian and Martin.
Mr. Walton.
Through the mayor to council, just start off with saying that there's a few difficulties with this project because, as everyone knows, the planning of this and the approval was done through not through council approval and public process. It was done through an LPAT hearing. So there was things that were decided, negotiations that were happening, whatever that did not involve the public. So the reason that we brought the report forward this past summer in July was to let the people know there what you should expect is going to happen in this area. So, and I think the process has been good. We've used Engage Brand. We've got a lot of feedback on that. We realize more thoroughly now some of the concerns of the citizens, especially with Zavarella Court and the lack of sidewalks on the east side of Dundas Street. So I have talked to the developer, Lisani Homes. We aren't going to be seeing probably any occupancy there until probably about September of next year. We do have some time to plan what we're planning to do here, and I think through Engage Brand, we have committed that we are looking at that sidewalk on the east side of Dundas Street East from Dundas Street to, from Zavarella Court out to King Edward Street, and what traffic calming measures that could go in there. And we certainly were going to communicate with the people on that, and use the time that this is going to happen. So the first phase of this development is 200 and some units, 220 some units. We don't anticipate that being full for 2 to 3 years, and use that time to plan our phasing of our project and how these other things fall into it. And certainly, we don't plan to take the all-way stop at Zavarella Court out in the near future. We'll certainly communicate when we have what the long-term plan would be.
Councillor Bell, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Mayor. So if I could ask a question from Rob. Is it possible then that we hold the three-way stop in place until we have the east side sidewalk in place? Because that would address some of the concerns that Ian and Martin brought forward.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Pierce, did you have your hand up?
No, we were just...
Same. Okay. Are there any other questions to the delegation or to staff? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Walton, for being here. And I need a motion to receive. Councillor Pierce, Councillor Kyle, all those in favor? Opposed and carried. Takes us to 4.2 on the agenda, which is Karen and Gary. If you could come up and give us your full names, please, and who you represent.
Once you've got that east side sidewalk, it's a new point anyway.
That takes us to 4.2 on the agenda. I told you there'd be seats coming up. You didn't have to stand for very long. You've got 10 minutes. Yep, whenever you want.
Good evening, Mayor Bailey, members of council. Thank you for having us tonight. Yeah. We are Karen Scott. I am the Director of Operations and Public Service, and with me is Gary Jeremy, the Director of Community Outreach. We are here to present the Ontario Public Library statistics for 2022. Today we're just going to talk a little bit about what the report is, give you a little background, what kind of metrics they gather, and how your public library fares against comparators and those in the province. Little background first. The annual survey of public libraries has been happening in Ontario since the late 19th century. These early surveys focused on card holders, collections, and classes offered, as you might expect. But over the years, and each year, the municipal and First Nations public libraries all must complete the annual survey of public libraries. This survey requires libraries to report on several key metrics, including the use of technology and digital services, types of activities, and programs offered. The government publishes reports on the survey results through the Ontario Public Library Statistics Program. The survey is updated every year to reflect changes in the public library sector. So I've got a lot of numbers to share with you for the next few minutes. What I'm sharing with you on this slide is one section of the survey. It happens to be the section that the County of Brant Public Library falls within. They divide libraries up in Ontario by bands, and typically they are in a band based on the population served. So what you're seeing here are similar libraries that serve a population between 30,001 to 50,000 population. In this band, there are 16 libraries in total. So when you see the first option here, the local operating support per capita, that means that $78.48 per person is going to the public library to support us. That ranks us as number 3 out of the 16. The titles held per capita is 2.26. Now again, out of 16, that may seem like a weak number, but there's an important thing to tell you about this number, and that is that we work really hard to make sure that every book, an item that is in our collection is relevant and useful. So we take pride in the fact that we have a current and lean collection. And the next number to look at is the circulation per capita, which kind of supports what I've just told you. So 6.66 means that that is how many items per person per year are circulated out of the library systems. And that ranks us 4th out of the 16, so solidly in the top quarter. This next one is particularly exciting for us. Percent of population with library cards, 81% of the county residents have library cards. And that puts us at a solid number 1. More on that in a minute. Program attendance per capita. 0.67 is maybe not a jazzy number to look at this point, but that actually means that 2/3 of the population have attended a program this year, which is enough to put us at a number 2 ranking amongst the similar libraries of our size. Total library visits per capita at 13.39%. Again, to put that into perspective, that means that our constituents in this county are coming 13 times per year. And again, puts us at a solid number 1. So lots of great things to share, but the story is not over. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Gary, and he'll tell you some more.
Great, thanks, Karen. So I'm just going to dig into some different comparators. So Karen focused on 16 libraries that we're lumped in with populations between 30,000 and 50,000 people. For this next group, we're looking at population as well as the geopolitical structure of the locations, because a lot of those, I'd say probably about a dozen of those 16 systems, they're 1 or 2 branch systems that we're compared against. Whereas we're much more of a multi-branch system with our 5 libraries as well as our mobile stop in Onondaga. And so these other systems are better to compare against for some statistics. And we also have Brantford in there as well because they're just the perfect fit for comparing given how close they are to us. So we have Brantford. So Brantford has the 2 branches. Innisfil has 3 branches. Norfolk 5 branches. Oxford County has 14 branches plus a headquarters. And Waterloo Region has 12 branches plus a headquarters. So some larger systems there. And so all of these systems actually border the county of Brant as well, with the exception of Innisfil. So a good way to compare in that regard too. So they tend to cover relatively large territories with dispersed populations, similar to our system. And so first off, we'll look at card holders. Oh, I gave a preview for the second one. So card holders, we're about 5,000 ahead of Innisfil. So we were just over 25,000 card holders. And so that's a pretty big gap between us and the next highest one there for the ones we're compared with. And then we have circulation per capita, which again, I think it's Oxford County is the second highest one, but then again, we come out above. Visits per capita, this is my favorite one. Because this really shows that we get a lot of people through our doors for various reasons. I mean, this could be to sign out materials, it could be to use a computer, could be to attend a program, it could just be for a space to study or just to hang out as well. So we do, and I love seeing this statistic here because it really hammers home the fact that when people at our desks say, wow, it's been busy today. Like I see these numbers, I'm like, okay, yeah, even if I wasn't there like this, yeah, like compared to other libraries, we're getting a lot of people. And also, one too many here. So the cost per use, and this is what Karen touched on. So how we were ranked, I think 15th on the last page. So we're actually, so because those systems aren't true multi-branch systems, the costs are a bit cheaper because they don't have multiple locations. And actually going back to the number of people we have through the door as well, it kind of speaks to the locations of our branches that they are convenient for people. They don't have to drive an hour away to get to their closest branch kind of thing. So our cost per use is a little lower than any of these other systems that with a similar geopolitical characteristic. Also compared to all of the libraries in Ontario, so 364 libraries. There are a couple data points that I want to touch on here. And so first of all, and so this includes like all libraries, like this is Toronto, this is Hamilton, Ottawa, all of your big systems as well as all of your small systems as well. And so when ranked among all 364, we're 47th in circulation per capita. And so that puts us in the top 15% of all the libraries in Ontario. And then we're 19th in out of 364 for cardholders as percentage of the population in the community. And that's just, I think it's 5.2. So we're just missing the top 5% of libraries in Ontario for that. I think if we were 18th, we would have hit 5% for that one. So that's a goal for next year. So it's like that's again that shows that we're moving in the right direction, I feel. And so these are the these are the 2022 stats. So 2023, the year's not over yet. But just whether we're measuring by population band, which is what Karen focused on, or geopolitical cohort, which is what I touched on, and provincially as well, we have a lot to be proud of. But we're certainly not complacent. We know there's a lot more work to be done, and we're really excited about what the future holds. Just to touch on 2023 briefly, we are tracking similar lines in terms of where our rankings would be, but we can't predict what other libraries are doing. So say we're 19th this year, like maybe we're 25th next year, but our numbers have went up, but other libraries' numbers have also went up as well. But still, like I think we're looking pretty good for this year. And then, I mean, going into next year, I mean, so like this year we've had some new staff. We're looking at lots of new outreach opportunities next year. More programs. Our Makerspace coordinator is now in place. We'll be going out to Onondaga on December 7th, so in a couple weeks for our first Makerspace session. So that's going to bring a whole new element as well. So lots on the horizon. But that's just to keep it short and sweet. These are the numbers that we wanted to share with you tonight. And I just want to say thank you so much to Mayor Bailey and all of council for providing us the opportunity to do so. And we'll turn it over to questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Thank you for all your statistics. And thank you for what you did for us during COVID. During COVID, you stepped up to the plate and you made the County of Brant a better place to be by not, I've got a ghost in my microphone here. For everything you've done for the County of Brant during COVID. Remarkable, and you're doing a great job, so thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Howes and then Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Karen and Jeremy. And to echo the mayor, yeah, you guys do a great job. The entire team does a great job. We heard great things during COVID and since. I wanted to circle in specifically on that card holders, which is, I think, an amazing statistic. I mean, library is not a business, but if it was a business and you had 80% market share or penetration of your market it is absolutely incredible. I was wondering, can you speak a little bit more? 25,000 card holders in a community this size, our entire municipality is a fantastic number because I think our population's around 40,000. 25,000 is amazing. Can you speak a little bit more about who you see coming in to get their new library cards? Because I know, because I ask about this number at the library board often, and I know it's constantly growing. And you're the folks who are in the branches, and I'm just wondering, who are you seeing coming in to take advantage of these services and getting their new library cards?
So I'll turn it over to Karen because she supervises a lot of our circulation staff. So in terms of hearing, in terms of what's happening at the desk, she'll provide better input there. But I can speak from a programming and outreach standpoint. And people come from all walks of life, like coming through the doors. Like in a general sense, I mean, we have a lot of older adults, and older adults is the fastest increasing demographic in the county as well. So that means that we are making a concerted effort to target more of our services to that group as well, and it does seem to be paying off. And here in Paris, a lot of newcomers as well. And these are definitely quite a few folks who speak English as a second language we're starting to see. And that's a bit of a new development too for us. So it's something that we're working hard to address as well. For our programs, like in terms of age groups, like it's probably between like ages 30 and above. The 20 to 30 age group is a target for me. I do our adult programming, and that's somewhere that I really want to try and get more people to come in from that group. In terms of like if they have families, like they have young kids, they're definitely coming in. But it's more the people that are just looking for something to do, like a fun thing to do or a cool thing to learn about. And I already touched on the makerspace piece, and I think that's where that comes in. And we're doing some more outreach events, like MR one program like does a thing called Library Libations out at the Paris Brewery, for example. Where we do, it's kind of like a game night once a month, and so stuff like that. And then it's like you get someone that's interested in that, and then they learn about all the other things as well. Because awareness is always going to be our biggest struggle, in the sense that it's, yes, we have books is an amazing thing, but we have so much more to offer, and it's getting that word out and making sure everyone's aware of that. And I think the card holder numbers does speak that we are definitely moving in the right direction in that regard. But I mean, until we're at 100%, the job's not finished.
You asked, we love to talk about our library. So as far as the people that are coming in, yeah, there is definitely a wide range of folks that we see. We see parents coming in and their kids are playing around. So you've got somebody on the computer, somebody playing some games, somebody looking at some books. That's what you expect. We're seeing lots of newcomers. We're seeing people that are coming in and saying, I need some help printing a resume. I need help doing this kind of thing. I've sent you my resume. Can you print it? And we're seeing tons of that. What I'm most excited about, there's lots of things, but is I've been in Burford recently, and I'm seeing teens coming up every time I'm there getting new cards. And this is a wonderful little thing that you want them to come in. I'm trying to figure out, how do I get more of this? Because yeah, it's a wonderful little gem of what might come. So to answer the question, it's all walks of life, and of course there's the regulars that we can recognize when they, as soon as they walk in, hey, how you doing? Grab the book, carry on, have a nice little chit chat. Like, it's all of it. And I think that's one of the nice things about this library system, is that it really has that down home rural library feeling, and we're kind of available to everybody for all the different needs. It's been lovely. So,
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple questions, and I'll start off with a comment. Yeah, it's great to see these numbers, and as much as I like to be compared to ones our size, so to speak, it's kind of nice to see those numbers against all of Ontario, so to speak. So that's pretty nice. Couple questions I do have. When you say, like, for the comparators, you mentioned these are actually people walking through the doors, and I know we have a lot of online folks. How does that number factor in to that? Is that included? Like, is that in addition to walk in through the doors, or is this just strictly those that walk through the door of a library?
it's both.
It is both. Okay,
It is
good.
both. It's our digital presence, as well as our physical presence of people walking through the door and hitting a gate counter accumulation. It's both.
Okay, I assume that, but I just wanted to clarify because it said walking through the door. That's great. Bear with me here. Now, when you say, like, we're 19th in card holders percentage of population, is that considered, if you want to call it, an active card holder, in essence, that I'm signing out a book once a month or once a year, or is that just card holders that may or may not have signed out a book in 5 years?
Okay, you go.
Okay, and that is a really good question. And so it's difficult to define an active card holder, because yes, so we can define active card holders by if they're signing out a material, but that's not capturing the people that only attend our programs or only use our computers. And so card holders, so as a whole, that is total card holders. In terms of the last time they signed out a book, that data isn't included in that total number. But that is because if we only counted the number of the people who were signing out materials, that wouldn't tell the full story, because there's a lot of people who only come in to say use a computer or use a study desk or attend programs, and they generally don't sign out materials. So it's just trying to capture everyone, and we felt this was the best way to represent the number of people who have a card and are at least in theory using the library, but they might not actually be signing out materials.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And one last one, if I could, and it's more of a comment. You don't necessarily have to have an answer for it. But in the titles held per capita, what's our plan to fix that 15th?
So it's a real. I think it's a good number because it shows that we're really targeting the materials we're purchasing for what people want. Because if you look at the I think it was like circulations per capita, how we rank for that. So titles per capita were 15th. Actually, here I can just go back to it here.
Yeah. Titles.
So titles per capita, we were 15th. Circulation per capita, we're 4th. So it means that for all we have less materials, those materials are circulating more. And just as an example, I can give you this isn't a stat that we have on here, but just from the other stats I was looking at ebook stats, for example. And this was for the comparison with the 16 other systems, so the 30 to 50,000. And it was a bit less than 7,000 ebooks in our collection, whereas most of the systems in that group had around 70,000 ebooks. And so that's, I believe, due to there's a provincial ebook consortium. And so, but it's also libraries who are part of that, their patrons have to wait a lot longer to get the materials because say there's 30 library systems that are part of it, and then you have like 12 people at each system looking to get like the one book, and so there's a huge hold list, whereas we purchase all of our ebooks. And yeah, and so it's targeted to our community and our users. And so again, I don't remember the number off the top of my head for the circulation per capita for ebooks, but again, we were top 3, I believe, for that. Even though we probably had the 3rd smallest collection. So it's definitely a community-driven collection that we have in the sense that like if there's a purchase request, we're buying it. Like especially if it's in the past 2 years. Like if it's an obscure like book from like 1970 on Fine China that only one person's going to use, we might not get that title. But we have interlibrary loan as well for if we can't buy the book. Interlibrary loan gives us access to all the other libraries in Ontario, and the other libraries are generally pretty kind about sending us something if we're looking for it as well. So we do supplement with that, and also like for titles held, like it could be like in terms of like what we have compared to what another system has. Like they might have like say 12 copies of one book, whereas we have 3 copies of one book because we have like in terms of that's the need for our community. Like we only have X number of people want this book. Some systems just buy like 10 copies right off the bat, and it's like they don't even need 5 copies kind of thing because they're just on the auto buy with the vendors, so that can play into it as well. So like I totally understand that the number like it seems a little low, but I think it's something for us to be proud of that we have a lean collection. But if our circulation per capita number, if we were ranked 15 on circulation per capita as well, that'd be a concern. But because our circs are still like high compared to the other libraries in this group, I think it's a pretty good thing.
Okay, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Any other questions to the delegation? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you for creating safe, inclusive spaces throughout the county of Brant. We believe that. We know that to be true. So thank you for all you do. Can I get a motion to receive? Councillor House, Councillor Kyle. All those in favor, receive this information. Thank you. Thank you very much. Takes us to 4.3 on the agenda, and it is the representative from the Shared Towers. Are they online? Oh, you're here. Well, I'm glad I didn't try your name because I thought it was a man.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, point of order is I don't think that mic's on.
Oh, your mic's not on.
I'm sorry. That's better. My colleague Cheyenne Zerler was intending on appearing before you to submit this delegation to reiterate a few points in respect of our tower development application that she presented on initially on November 14. Unfortunately, Cheyenne is very ill, and so the runner-up was actually my colleague Philip Boat sitting in the back, but he wanted you to know that he has terrible stage fright. So I am choice number 3, and I hope that you'll bear with me. And Mayor Bailey, with your permission, if there is a very technical question, I may defer to the expertise of Mr. Both if he might let me pick on him. So thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of Shared Tower to reiterate some information in respect of our tower development application. You'll recall that on November 14, when Cheyenne attended to speak to our application for a 25-meter monopole on the property at 9 Main Street North, the recommendation in the staff report that was carried was twofold. That Shared Tower had completed consultation, public consultation and the process, and that the tower in the proposed location was not in accordance with the preference in section 4 sub 3 of the preferred location guidelines that was implemented by the county in 2020. And I'm here today to request respectfully that that recommendation be amended to reflect that notwithstanding the preference in section 4 sub 3 of the preferred location guidelines, that the resolution by council in respect of that staff report nevertheless constitute concurrence. And in support of my position, I will be providing 4 core reasons. The first one, and I will deal with each of them in turn in some detail, but the first is that the community needs better coverage. The second is that there is no better place for it than the proposed location in the circumstances. The third is that health and safety ought not to be a concern in the circumstances. And the fourth is that there is precedent for my request. Dealing with the first basis of our position, which is the improved coverage, some might ask, why is there poor coverage? And to that, I simply point out and I just reflect and echo some of the comments that were made this evening in respect of the success we've had with the library and progress over the pandemic technologically. The increase in population density and the way that we're using technology, our phones, our internet, our computers, the way we're connecting and transacting business, all of those enhanced benefits require enhanced infrastructure that is currently lacking in the center of this community. And that is important in addition to the economic and social benefits of improved connectivity. There's also an important consideration being one of safety and reliable access to emergency roadside assistance. And so to that I say that we don't want to be a community that is a statistic in forming one of those devastating effects of an emergency where a 911 call is dropped in the middle of an emergency. I'd like to deal briefly with the location of the proposed tower. There is no better place for it. And all of this, councillors and Mayor Bailey, was addressed by Cheyenne Zerler previously, but just in a little bit more detail. The approach to picking the location for infrastructure is typically twofold. On the one hand, we could place the structure, a small structure, in a dense area, in the center of a dense area. Alternatively, some carriers and developers put the structure in the periphery, but you'll have a few structures to provide that kind of coverage. And we've seen time and time again with 5th generation technology that it is a preference and a requirement of this technology to be placed in the center of the dense area to absorb all the traffic and the data usage. And the Legion, the Royal Canadian Legion, which is the owner of the property that would house the antenna, is right in the middle of the action. It's right in the center of this dense, poorly covered area. And it's only 25 meters shy of the preferred guideline. And I pause there to say preferred guideline because the setback in section 4 sub 3 of the protocol, which was implemented in 2020, almost 4 years before today's meeting, and we've all seen over the past 4 years the increased reliance on data use. But that setback is a preference, it's not a requirement in that guideline. And I just like to pause and emphasize 25 meters because I counted today, that's 32 steps. And I don't say that to be flippant, I say it because in my respectful submission, these decisions ought to be contextualized and a balance ought to be reached between the preferences in the guidelines and the important needs and wants of the community. So in my submission, it's important to be practical. Dealing briefly with health and safety, which I know Ms. Zerler dealt with extensively, We follow the science as a federally regulated industry, and there are layers of safety requirements embedded in the process. So we are subject to Health Canada Safety Code 6 legislation, which sets limits of radio frequency emissions. Our limit is 50 times lower than what is considered to be safe. And the carriers, such as Rogers and Bell, undergo their own analysis. So that is 2 layers of safety that have to be met. I was speaking with my colleague today who joined us from Bell as an engineer, and he was saying that he actually placed the antennas on Brampton Civic Hospital where his children were born. So just pausing briefly to note that these structures are frequently placed in healthcare settings. I do also want to address that ISET does not have its own setback requirement, where a municipality does not have a protocol, its own protocol for tower placement or antenna placement. ISET is the federal government regulator that deals with it, and their default protocol has a notification radius, but there is no requirement that there be setback 3 times the tower height from residences. And lastly, I'd like to just briefly point out that there is precedent for my request. This council has recently supported an application for tower placement despite the setback in Section 4 Sub 3 on June 28, 2022. In respect of a tower development application by Shared Tower, a resolution was approved by the County of Brant that we have completed consultation, that the tower is not in accordance with Section 4 Sub 3 of the Preferred Location Guidelines, and that despite the location not being in accordance with the Preferred Location Guideline, the County of Brant supports this application. Mayor Bailey, may I approach just to provide you with a copy of this letter of concurrence and also with the councillors? And what we are respectfully requesting this evening is a similar letter or resolution to the effect that, notwithstanding that the proposed location is not in accordance with the preferred location guideline, that the resolution constitutes concurrence. Subject to any questions, which I'm happy to address, those are my submissions.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? Councillor Bell, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the delegation. The precedent that you talk about, could you say a little bit more for the benefit of the people that are listening? If I recall correctly, it was actually a very much more rural setting. I don't think it was in the middle of a town. So you could clarify that, please?
Correct, Councillor Bell. It was in a more rural setting. It's a site at 447 Baptist Church Road. And I did consider that in deciding whether or not this precedent should be relied upon. And all I will say is that even though that structure was in a more rural setting, the setback was still not met. So it's the exact same preference that was triggered to and recognized by this county as not being met in those circumstances. And I will also say that there were far fewer people that would have benefited from that structure as well. So I think there are countervailing, policy considerations in terms of, there were fewer people. It was in a rural setting, but also it kind of highlights the importance of having this structure in a more dense setting because there is a greater need for that infrastructure and that benefit from the connectivity. But it is the exact same setback, just to reiterate, that was not met.
Other questions? Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the presenter. I think we've all experienced dropped calls. I've probably experienced at least one a week. But I've never been calling 911 and have it dropped on me, which I think would be kind of a frightening thing to experience. But you did mention that in your presentation. In Canada, are you aware of any, I would say, bad outcomes because of that?
Councillor Miller, are you asking if I'm aware of bad outcomes within this jurisdiction with respect to drop 911 calls, or?
Anywhere in Canada.
Well, I point to a very upsetting sort of recent disaster in Nova Scotia that I think many of us are aware of with respect to the lack of connectivity. So I think, at least we're fortunate in this community to have some coverage in most areas, and we're kind of, what we're trying to do is make sure that it's reliable, but there are, if memory serves me right, there were many communities in Nova Scotia recently that did not have any connectivity or roadside assistance or access to roadside assistance or emergency service operations.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our presenter. Again, for the benefit of everybody in the room and those listening, if we do not accept your proposed amendment, what will you do?
If you do not accept this proposed amendment to provide concurrence despite the setback, well, as you may be aware, Councillor Bell, the federal government does have ultimate jurisdiction and authority to decide on whether or not concurrence is achieved. So the next step would be for the materials to be provided to the federal government. I think in circumstances where we have completed consultation, as had been noted by the existing staff report, successfully, and all of the concerns and relevant issues were dealt with, and there were, we had a public information session, comments, and so forth. The issue would just be whether that preference in the guidelines, section 4 sub 3, would be an impediment to the tower location, despite all of the reasons why it would be an improved benefit to the community. So I think that the next natural step would be, I would say, taking it to ISED for their consideration and evaluation. I think it's technically it's the appeal route for these kinds of applications.
Any other questions? With no other questions, I'm looking for a motion. What does council want to do? Councillor Miller?
Move to receive, and we'll refer it to the planning report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeking a seconder, Councillor Oakley. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey.
That takes us to 4.4 on the agenda, and that's Ann and Chris Olson. I can't let you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Through Mayor Bailey to the delegation, your delegation request was referred to section 8.6 of the agenda, and it will be considered when the planning report is considered.
Okay. Now we're going to go to 4.4. If you could state your name, please, and you have 10 minutes to present.
My name is Chris Olson. I live at 16 Ferrugi Street in Paris.
My name is Anna Olson. I live at 16 Ferrugi Street in Paris.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Bailey and councillors, for offering us a bit of your time tonight. We won't take up too much of it, but we have a few things we'd like to talk to you about. We are newcomers to Paris, my wife and I. We've been here for only 17 years, so I don't know if our opinions reflect the majority of the folks in Paris, but we would just like to say that we do welcome the growth. We like the growth that's happening. We're very happy to see it. It's provided much needed diversity of residents and faces in our community. It's provided a huge new variety of shops and services and restaurants, which I'm sure we've all seen and probably used. And I would assume it's provided additional tax revenue to help us run our county. But with the growth comes costs and trade-offs. And sometimes creative thinking is required. And we've seen some great design happening here in our community. For instance, the roundabouts on Rust Acres Road, they are excellent. I think they've surpassed the expectations of most people when the idea was first floated many years ago. The expensive pedestrian pathways along West Acres Road are excellent. I'm sure we've all seen so many families and people walking and biking along there. Excellent design. The expanded sidewalks on King Edward Road has been well received by the community. And lastly, these are just a few examples, but the retaining walls and the improved pedestrian walkways down Laurel Street towards Lions Park are fantastic. We love it. But we've also seen some poor design, at least from our untrained eyes. The massive plantations of weeds on West Acres Road in the middle of it, which we've all seen in the summer. The power poles that are planted in the middle of the sidewalks on Cedar Street. Some of the streets in the cobblestone area, such as Arlington Parkway, they are so wide, it looks and feels like a drag strip, and people, I think, drive accordingly down there because we're inducing them to drive fast. And lastly, we've seen West Acres Road rebuilt, I think, at least 3 times since we've lived here. So what we're trying to say is that I think we can all agree that good design is superior to poor design. And we've read the reports on the changes to the roads on Dundas Street and the traffic signaling. We've read the traffic studies and especially the comments on the Engage Brant website, which have been, there are many of them on there. A lot of citizens have become engaged and there's some great information on there. There are many concerns from our neighbors who were here earlier this evening. These are not NIMBY concerns. These are valid. They're safety issues. We agree with all of those. But we're here just to talk a little bit about one aspect of the plan, one single aspect, and that's the intersections on Dundas and King Street. There are 2 of them. The proposal is for the east one to be a right turn only intersection and for the west one to be a traffic signal. These intersections should be roundabouts. They should be roundabouts. This was already suggested by several citizens on the Engage Brant website. And the response was that it would not work at the east end because of the configuration of the various streets. But we do think this should be very possible.
We have recently returned from a trip to the other Paris, and they have, of course, not exactly a comparable jurisdiction, but it was very interesting to see how elaborate and how interesting they have these roundabouts are created. They're multi-entrances, all kinds of shapes and sizes, can accommodate large vehicles, including large transport trucks. And I think because we knew that this was all happening in our community, we paid extra attention to the diversity and the variety of roundabouts that are in Europe. And again, we realize that we are not Europe, but I think we have a lot to learn from some of our from other areas and how they've created or dealt with traffic issues in creative ways, and that's what we're suggesting here. Again, we've seen the roundabouts on West Acres Road. We love them. Pedestrians can cross safely. There's no high-speed collisions, and there are no irritated drivers. I think what we foresee happening with some of the suggestions for traffic changes at the east and west ends of Dundas Street West is irritated drivers. So most vehicles will have to drive. Oh, did you guys get the slide? We had a slide that had a map on it illustrating some of these, but maybe not. That's okay. You guys probably know what we're talking about. If a person were coming from Lions Park, they would have to drive an additional 1.7 kilometers out of their way to go to downtown. So that is the distance from the entrance of Laurel Street all the way around our neighborhood, and they would have to go through potentially 3 traffic lights. Definitely 2, possibly 3 if there's pedestrians at the crossing by Twisted Treats. And so that, I think, is our biggest concern, is we're on Farugi. We're concerned about the congestion leading up to the light that's proposed at the west end, because that light will have a lot of congestion. If we're talking about,
an extra 4,300 cars that are going to be added daily going up and down this street. The congestion that will be backed up onto that intersection is going to be, there will be a lot of congestion, and most of the vehicles will be forced in that direction because the pork chop, I love that term, the pork chop will force people to turn right, and so it will force all of that extra traffic to a stoplight. So our concern is congestion. I think our neighbors have done a really good job talking about safety. We obviously, everybody has safety concerns. We want safe planning. We want safe roads that are created, people to create safe roads. But for us, we are mostly worried about congestion, and then also driver psychology. Like, what are people going to do? Are they going to go 1.7 kilometers out of their way to get to downtown, or are they just going to hop into Twisted Treats, do a U-turn and turn around, or hop into the gas station, or hop into Hanlon Place and just do a U-turn because they don't want to go through 3 sets of lights and 1.7 kilometers out of their way to get downtown? So that's our concern. I mean, we live in this neighborhood. Obviously, it is going to affect us, but I think it's going to affect a lot of people. It's essentially going to affect anyone who is going downtown from Lions Park, and I know that that's an important space for us in our community, and we want to make sure that people use it and that they're not annoyed coming into our neighborhood. So basically, we're respectively requesting the consideration of either a roundabout or a light at the east end of the intersection of Dundas Street, at the very least. And the other thing that we ask is that we know that this is a done deal. We know this has been approved. We realize that nothing is going to change in the immediate, in the immediate future. But we all know that creating roundabouts requires land acquisition. And so that if this is something, we know these houses are coming. The houses are coming. Everybody in the room knows the houses are coming. So if we already know that, then can we plan and start planning for the inevitable, which is a very serious amount of congestion in our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Anna. Nice to see you. I didn't realize
good to see you.
I didn't know you lived in Paris. We have staff here to maybe speak to your questions. I don't know, does anyone want to speak to the reasoning, why things are the way they are?
Through the mayor to council. So, as discussed before at the previous delegation, the plans for this whole development were done through the LPAT, which does take away some of the public consultation. But the county has done the transportation master plan. All of this development was considered in that, and the plans were laid out there. But the one important part of the report that was done in July to council, which brought this public consultation to us, was the agreement that we would do the baseline of traffic, and every year for the foreseeable future monitor as this development comes forward as to how that traffic goes, and then make alterations to the plan if necessary along that. So I think that's an important consideration for council. And we've asked for changes to how the intersections work. The way that the TS that was done for this development shows that what we're doing here at work. We've agreed now to evaluate this over time with actual data as it monitors over time, starting now with the baseline. And I think that it's a good plan. It's easy individually to look at intersections in the county and say, this is what should happen here. It's not so easy to look at all the intersections in the county and decide what the highest priority is as to where you do things. So we're all about safety at every intersection on all our roads, and making sure that happens, and doing the proper risk management at all the intersections in the county. So that's what we try to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Walton. Is there any questions for the delegations from council? Well, I'm glad that you were in Europe, and I'm glad that you saw some interesting roundabouts, because you're going to get a really interesting roundabout. You call it a pork chop. I call it an amoeba. It's going to be it's going to be something quite special. That's a very dangerous corner. It's a very complex corner, and I would think that your roundabout is going to be very special. So I'm glad that you saw a couple that you liked over in Europe. We might be calling on you for some design help. Thank you. I look forward to that. I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Pierce,
Move to receive, Mr. Mayor.
looking for a seconder. Councillor Bell, I have it. Any other questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Takes us to 4.5 on the agenda. Nova Vita. And that's Natasha's going to speak. Did we wake you up? If you could give us your full name, please, and your address.
All right, good evening. My name is, I'll say good evening, councilors, and good evening, Mayor Bailey. My name is Natasha Dobler, and I'm the Executive Director at Nova Vita Domestic Violence Prevention Services, the only emergency shelter in Brantford and Brant County for women and children experiencing violence and abuse. I've been the Executive Director at Nova Vita for 7 years now, and I've worked in the anti-violence sector for 25 years. At Nova Vita, for those of you who don't know, we provide a 24-hour crisis and support line through phone, text, and web-based chat, a 33-bed emergency shelter for women, children, and gender-diverse folks who have experienced violence, abuse, homelessness, and human trafficking, transitional housing and outreach support for women and their children who are transitioning out of an abusive relationship. These outreach support workers provide information, referrals, safety planning, transition planning, housing support, court support, and system navigation. And one key message that I'd like to get across today is that you don't need to live in an emergency shelter to get help and support. We also have children's programs, including counseling, safety planning, and parent support for both children living at Nova Vita and those who live in the broader community. We have trauma-informed individual and group counseling for women and gender-diverse folks who've experienced abuse and are in the process of healing. I mentioned the children's programs that we have. I did want to mention that these children who are living in our shelter don't have a home right now. They're children who have witnessed abuse in their home and children who've experienced abuse. And tonight at Nova Vita, we have 17 children safely sleeping there. We have services for youth where we go into schools to either provide public education or provide individual support to teens who are struggling. We also have services for men, for those who have caused harm, and also for those who have been harmed. We have our Challenge to Change program for those who have used or at risk of using violence, including the court-mandated partner assault program. And we also have public education and community engagement. And we've been doing this work now for 40 years, and in that time we have served over 25,000 citizens in Brantford and the county of Brant. In 2018, Nova Vita's board of directors knew there was a need in the county and made it a priority. So our emergency shelter is located in Brantford, but we serve also Brant County. So in 2018, at that time, the county put out a call for proposals for the Community Health Hub, and we applied. And as of 2021, we now have a safe space for folks who need our service in the county that we serve. Last year, we had an amazing opportunity to partner with the Brant OPP for a public education and outreach campaign. It was a three-pronged approach, which included billboards throughout the county and pamphlet distributions all around the county, training for the Brant OPP and EMS workers, and of course, if you build it, they will come. So this project also included an outreach support worker from Nova Vita dedicated to serving the rural and multicultural communities in Brant County. So in 9 short months on the ground, we had 3 months of planning, and then in 9 months, boots on the ground, we distributed 5,000 pamphlets to 30 locations across Brant County. and also had a billboard running for 35 weeks. You may have seen it. It said Nova Vita Domestic Violence Prevention Services, for her, for him, for them. We also trained 33 OPP officers and 110 EMS workers. As a result, we increased Nova Vita's services to county residents by 41% in 9 months, from 928 individuals to 1,309. And we used taxis for the folks that we were supporting who needed to come into the city 53 times in 9 months. Now, imagine what we could do with appropriate, stabilized, non-grant-based funding to provide prevention and intervention services for those impacted by intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Because it is indeed an epidemic. In the last 52 weeks in Ontario, there have been 62 femicides. 20% of these happened in rural communities. Since 2020, femicides in Canada have been on the rise. Every 2 days in our country, a woman or girl is killed. 44% of women report having experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. Indigenous women and girls are 3 times more likely to experience violence and 6 times more likely than non-Indigenous women to be murdered as a result of colonization, racism, residential schools, the 60 Scoop, and the lasting impacts of intergenerational trauma. Last year, Nova Vita answered 4,594 crisis and support calls on our 24-hour helpline. Last year, 139 women in crisis arrived on our doorstep seeking help. Over the 3 years of the global pandemic, that number was 351. When many social service agencies had to close their doors to the public, we stayed open. Had we not, the results would have been deadly. Last year, Nova Vita provided safe emergency shelter to 68 women and 57 children. But we also had to turn away women 648 times. This number does not include their children. How is this not an epidemic? Nova Vita has served this community for 40 years. The issue of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence has been and continues to be an epidemic in Brantford and Grant County. We need the leaders in our community to make meaningful investments into solutions that are community-led and community-driven. Today, I'm asking County Council to support Councillor Kyle's resolution and to declare gender-based violence and intimate partner violence an epidemic in Brant County, to encourage other municipalities and the Ontario government to do the same, to enact all of the recommendations from the inquest into the triple femicides in Renfrew County and the recommendations of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Calls to Justice, to develop a community action plan to address this epidemic, and to fund an outreach support worker dedicated to serving the citizens of Brant County. And also to financially support the work of your local gender-based violence crisis and support services, which you'll hear more about in a minute, who've come forward today and who work tirelessly every day to keep the citizens of this community safe. Thank you.
No, thank you. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the delegation. Appreciate the context that's been provided on the programming tonight. I'm wondering what happens when someone who identifies as male comes forward seeking shelter supports for them and their children, please.
Yeah, so we have outreach support services for men. That is the extent to what we have. There are shelters in Brantford that serve homeless men. There is not a shelter right now for men who are, or men and those who identify as men an emergency shelter for domestic violence.
Thank you. Follow up, if I may.
Absolutely.
Building on the theme, I'm recognizing that our statistics, and forgive me, Mr. Mayor, I have to put a bit of context so my question doesn't come across as insensitive. Has Nova Vita as an organization, and I spent some time on the website trying to understand this for myself, been able to move forward with some of the more complex domestic violence concepts, moving beyond just physical abuse into things like domestic violence by proxy, parental alienation, blended family issues? Because when I read on the website, what I see is a very traditional approach to how domestic violence might play out, but just looking to understand within resource constraints, have we been able to move forward and support more broadly in the community, please?
Yeah, absolutely. The folks who use our services have experienced, I'll say, interpersonal violence. So whatever that looks like, we support those folks and survivors of violence. We work with blended families. We work with families who are trying to stay together. We work with families who are apart. We have our Caring Families program, where it is a concurrent group where we work with moms, we work with dads, they're both separate groups, and then we also work with the children. And those can be step parents, those can be biological parents.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I think Councillor Oakley, do you want to move this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that the County of Brant receive the presentation by Nova Vita Brant as information, and that Nova Vita's Brant's request for funding a Brant-focused transitional outreach officer be deferred to the 2024 budget as a decision package.
Thank you. I'm seeking a seconder. Councillor Kyle. Any other questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Takes us to 4.6 on the agenda, which is the Haldeman Norfolk Sexual Assault Domestic Violence team who are here. You're both wearing purple scarves. I think I have one of those. If you could just give us your full name, please, and where you live, or your address, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Beth McAllister. I use pronouns she, her. So I'm here this evening representing the Sexual Assault and Domestic Violence Care Team for Brant, Haldeman, Norfolk, Six Nations, and Mississaugas of the Credit. We are a hospital-based medical team providing services to those who experience violence. I'm honored and proud to be counted among the delegation here this evening talking about gender-based violence services. So for a big part of my career, I worked in academia supporting the next generation of healthcare providers. In March 2020, everything changed. And I returned to the front line of healthcare, and shortly after I began my career in sexual assault and domestic violence services, and I haven't really looked back since then. My mom and dad would really love me to just tell people that I'm a registered nurse, but every time someone asks what I do, I say I'm a sexual assault nurse examiner. And when I say that, people stop for a moment, are a little shocked, and then they say it's so sad that you have to have that job. And I say it's a really important job to have because we need someone to provide care for victims and survivors from a medical and forensic perspective. And I'm very proud to lead a team of 20 nurses and several social workers providing services at Brantford General, but all of our partner agencies in Haldeman, Norfolk, Brant County, and Six Nations. People always say it's really sad that you're busy. And I say if we weren't busy, it doesn't mean that the violence isn't happening. It just means that nobody's coming forward to get support. We as nurses were addressing a global viral pandemic, but also a shadow pandemic of gender-based violence simultaneously. And over the past 3 years, all of us in healthcare have worked short-staffed, overworked, with expanding unsafe patient care ratios, exhausted, and filled with secondary trauma from the stories that we have heard. We don't want pizza parties and thank you gifts. What we want is a recognition of the systemic shortfalls and action to change a broken system in which we all provide care. My colleagues will give you lots and lots of statistics tonight. I'm going to tell you that we see on average about 320 new patients per year seeking acute services, meaning that means their assault occurred within 12 days of the time that we saw them. The stats that you're going to hear from all of us tonight are often those who have reported to law enforcement or have come forward to access services. But we know those numbers are not representative of the number of folks who are experiencing violence in our communities. It saddened me greatly to read that our province would not declare gender-based violence an epidemic because they said that term related to the spread of disease. So I did what any good student and lifelong learner would do. I went to the Merriam-Webster dictionary and I looked up what disease meant. And it says, a condition of a living animal or one of its parts that impairs normal functioning and is typically manifested by distinguished signs and symptoms. So like any good nurse seeing signs and symptoms, I decided to do a little more research. And I looked at what the signs and symptoms of gender-based violence are. The physical and emotional health consequences of violence are profound and enduring. Even for those who are able to leave abusive relationships, the consequences often persist long after the violence has ended, and in some cases continue throughout the person's lifetime. In general, research findings suggest that the more prolonged and severe the abuse, the greater its impact on the person's physical and mental health. Further, there's evidence that the impact of different types of abuse and of multiple episodes of abuse is cumulative over time. People who have experienced violence suffer a multitude of adverse physical and psychological outcomes. Abused people have more physical symptoms, are more frequent users of healthcare services, are more likely to suffer from chronic pain, increased rates of depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, attempted suicide, active suicide, homicide, and femicide. And those who experience abuse during pregnancy have increased pregnancy-related complications. People who experience abuse are also more likely to report their physical and mental health as fair to poor. And while there's been no direct research that's been conducted to establish the causal relationship between violence and health consequences, the associations are strong and convincing. So it doesn't take a healthcare provider to see that all of these things sound exactly like a disease, something that's infecting our community, and we can stop the spread. Just like we all learned to wash our hands and wear masks during the COVID-19 restrictions to protect others, we can learn to recognize the signs and symptoms of gender-based violence and work to vaccinate our community against this epidemic through education and appropriately staffed and funded support services. We, as a part of the anti-violence community, represented here by many organizations, all try to do our little perfectly within the confines of the budgets and the human resources that we have available. But we can do better with more support from our provincial and federal governments and you, the representatives of the County of Brant. With this declaration, we can leverage the resources afforded by it, not only to provide seamless wraparound services, but to emphasize to our community that we believe victim survivors. So I ask each of you to support this resolution and tell survivors that you believe them too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the delegation? Councilor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions, and I didn't know which delegation was going to get it on the topic, so you mentioned you did your research, so I'm going to ask you. Two questions. First one, do you see a correlation between the economy and the level of spousal abuse? In other words, as the economy gets worse, it increases. As the economy gets better, it decreases. Do you see that in any of your research? First question.
I think all of the social determinants of health have a huge impact on the way that violence affects our community. Socioeconomic and financial impacts are definitely one of them. We saw that during the pandemic restrictions, obviously that people were out of work and we didn't have the coping mechanisms, we didn't have the support mechanisms in place. So can the economy be a factor? Yes, but it is one of many.
Okay.
Follow up?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, well, it's not a follow up. It's just I don't think it's 1-to-1, but yeah, okay. So there is a relationship. Okay. Second question. If you talk about spousal abuse and you talk about physical, obviously there's laws against that. If it's verbal abuse, is there laws for that, and how does an organization treat that versus, you know, I mean, how do you treat the verbal abuse and yeah, and like I say, what could one do if they feel that is the case?
So I represent a medical forensic branch of our gender-based violence. So I'm a nurse, my team are nurses. If a patient were to present to us who is experiencing verbal abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, physical abuse, we would work with that victim survivor to get them coping mechanisms, supports through counseling, set them up with a safety plan so that when they engage with their abuser, whether that's in their home or in whatever environment that may be, whether that's their spouse, whether that is a former partner, whoever that person may be in their orbit, we set them up with as many services as possible. My team also provides follow-up services, so it's not a one and done. You come to the hospital, you see us, and that's that. We follow our patients regularly, providing them with ongoing support, and sometimes that's just a wellness check-in to know that someone in the community cares about them and is worried and making sure that they are safe on a day-to-day basis. Every survivor and victim of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence has an individual plan for their care. I'm one piece of a puzzle, and all of my colleagues who will speak after me are many, many other pieces of that puzzle.
Follow up now, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so you have different ways of dealing with it, I guess, but like getting back to the first part of my question, legally, there's not much one could do, though.
I am not a law enforcement officer. I would probably defer to my colleagues who do work in that area. A lot of my victim survivors do not engage with law enforcement, mostly because they feel going through that process re-victimizes them, because that process is not set up to be trauma-informed or victim-centered. They're forced to tell their story over and over again in an environment that's not supportive for them. So is there something legally they could do? Maybe. Is that the route a majority of victim survivors choose? No.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the delegation. It's my understanding that the Renfrew inquest, one of the recommendations was that the province declare the gender-based violence and the intimate partner violence an epidemic. And you said that they did not do that because of whatever reason that they have. And you gave a reason why it should be, because you've done your research. Could you provide that explanation to the clerk?
Absolutely. I can give my notes if that's just as easy. So yes, the Renfrew inquest as well as the Ryan inquest, which was another femicide that was in the context of elder abuse, an elderly couple, made the recommendation of the declaration of gender-based violence, intimate partner violence being declared an epidemic as the #1 recommendation from both of those inquest juries. The reason the province gave in a recent article that was published is that it cannot be declared an epidemic because the word epidemic relates to the word disease. And as I defined disease and then gave the signs and symptoms of intimate partner violence, I do not believe that their rationale is sound because this is a disease. This is an epidemic.
If you could provide the explanation to the clerk, that may be valuable to the resolution coming up.
Any other questions to the presenter? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Pierce?
Move to receive.
Okay, and we're going to speak about it again at 11.3. Seeking a seconder, Councillor Kyle. Any other questions or concerns? All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 4.7, Christine Wildman. If you could just state your full name, please, and your address for the clerk.
Can you hear me? It's still on? Yeah?
I think it's still on.
Okay. My name's Christine Wildman. I use she, they pronouns. And I'm here today, I guess I work with many of the organizations that are here today. I also run a provincial campaign aimed at helping everyday people understand the warning signs of intimate partner violence and how to support folks. But I really wanted to speak today as a community member because there are so many agency folks here. And I guess I'm going to go off script a little bit. I just wanted to talk about just in relation to Beth's comments around disease. So I want to provide the dictionary definition of an epidemic. As noted, the Ontario government would not declare intimate partner and gender-based violence an epidemic because they described it as a disease. But if you actually look up the dictionary definition of an epidemic, it is something that can be described as affecting or tending to affect a disproportionately large number of individuals within a population, community, or region at the same time. And so, in Canada, almost half of women and 54% of 2S LGBTQIA+ people have experienced intimate partner violence in their lifetime. And that doesn't even get into the broader scope of gender-based violence that women, people with disabilities, or 2S LGBTQ+ people experience on a daily basis. And so I'm standing before you as a survivor of family violence. I grew up in a horrifically violent home. I spent most of my childhood not knowing whether or not my siblings and I would wake up in the morning. I was like the kid that you hear about that has bed sheets tied out their window, and I slept with my coat and shoes on for many years of my childhood so that I could escape if I needed to. And so I grew up in a house that felt like a war zone, and I spent the first 20 years of my life living in terror and in survival mode, rather than getting the opportunity to be a child. And so consequently, I've spent all of my adult life working to address violence. And as an adult, I felt pretty sure that I could escape the grips of gender-based violence. But the truth is, it's pervasive and affects people of all genders, races, socioeconomic backgrounds, ages, and it often disproportionately affects marginalized communities. Indigenous women, trans folks, and non-binary people are disproportionately affected. And as a queer person who does not conform to gender norms, I continue to experience gender-based violence in my everyday life, when I walk down the street, in my jobs, in my interactions with people. And so making this declaration of IPV and gender-based violence as an epidemic is, for me, is a very personal and crucial step towards bringing attention and awareness to the problem. It emphasizes a commitment to eradicating violence and creating safer and more equitable communities. Making the declaration also provides an opportunity to collaborate, to provide information and resources, to reduce stigma for those who do experience violence, and it promotes cultural change by challenging harmful norms and attitudes that aid in perpetuating violence. And that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the delegation or the presenter? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Coleman, to receive. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Oakley. All those in favor? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to 4.8, which is Leslie from Willowbridge. Your full name, please, and your address for the clerk.
Good evening. I'm Leslie Josling. I'm with Willowbridge Community Services. Willowbridge serves Brantford and Brant County. Our head office is in Brantford at 54 Brant Ave. We also have an office here at the Cowan Health Hub. Willow Bridge is a developmental and counseling service, and as I mentioned, we serve Brantford and Brant. I'm a psychotherapist by profession. My entire 35-year career has been spent addressing gender-based violence. During that time, it's been truly gratifying to witness a gradual decline in gender-based violence and feminicide in Canada. That is, until recently, when there has been a shocking 27% increase in feminicide between 2018 and 2022. There is now a death in Canada every 48 hours. And as Councillor Kiley's resolution states, those issues are exacerbated in rural settings such as Brant County, where the incidence per capita is far, far higher than in urban settings. Willowbridge has been offering women's services since its inception in 1914, when we supported women who were widowed due to World War I or the Spanish flu. We gave microloans, and we introduced the very first daycare facilities in the region, which allowed widows to enter the workforce. In 1982, the Ontario government recognized our expertise in serving women and supporting women and granted us what they call Violence Against Women funding, so we could deliver individual, family, and group counseling for women who had experienced gender-based violence and their children. We've been doing this successfully now for 40 years, offering psychotherapy to women and kids who have experienced current or historic abuse and or sexual assault. Left unaddressed, we know that gender-based violence has profound and lasting implications for women who've experienced it and their children. Their experience of trauma can result in attachment injury that plays itself out for decades to come in their inability to form satisfying, positive interpersonal relationships. Yet Willowbridge has experienced, and it's mirrored in everybody else's story, a staggering 298% increase in demand for counseling services for GBV, gender-based violence, in the last 4 years. The consequences are grim. Women and children continue to live in violence, while the chance to heal remains out of reach, while they languish on waiting lists. As mentioned, in addition to offering counseling services, Willowbridge also provides supports to people living with developmental disabilities. Of grave concern for us at Willowbridge are the alarming rates of gender-based violence amongst these women. They report, truly outrageous levels of violence. And according to Stats Can, 65% have experienced intimate partner violence as adults, and catch this, 80% of girls with developmental disability have experienced a sexual assault by the time they're 18. We're talking about when, not if. On a personal note, I am the mother of a young woman who is here today. She was diagnosed with Noonan syndrome as a young child. It's a rare genetic disorder. She lives with developmental disability and seizure disorder. As a child, she sometimes had hundreds of seizures a day. When she was 14, she experienced sexual assault by a 21-year-old male riding the school bus with her. Her disclosure was met with disbelief by many. It resulted in her being increasingly withdrawn, isolated, sullen, and anxious. She would lock herself in the bathroom to avoid going to school, and when we had male visitors come to the home, if they'd sit down on the couch close to her, she would quickly stand up and move elsewhere. She and I accessed therapy 3 times together before she regained her confidence and her well-being and could once again feel safe with men. Today, she is an empowered, strong young woman because she received good professional treatment in her moment of need. Yet those services were only available to us because I had the means to pay. Without treatment, she would have continued to live a life in perpetual fear and been unable to lead the good life that she leads today. Megan, who is here today, asked me to share her story in the hopes that no one ever has to go through what she went through, and that treatment be made readily available to people regardless of their ability to pay. We appeal to Brant County to take the issue of gender-based violence seriously, joining other municipalities in declaring it an epidemic. Further, Willowbridge calls for the experiences of disabled women and girls to be explicitly recognized and to ensure timely, responsive service access. We urge you to join us in advocating for more awareness, for more funding, to support us in continuing to address these grave issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Kyle and Councillor Oakley. Any other questions or concerns? This will go to 11.3. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Which takes us to 4.9 on the agenda, and that would be Joanna Brant. And again, please, your full name and your address for the clerk, and you have 10 minutes.
My name is Joanna Brant. I work at the Sexual Assault Centre of Brant. It's ironic that I'm losing my voice this evening because we often describe our work at the Sexual Assault Centre as being to amplify the voices of those who aren't being heard. So fortunately, I have a lot of colleagues in chambers who are going to ensure that our message is heard. And I want to thank you for listening. One of my roles is the Executive Director of the Sexual Assault Centre of Brant. Another of my roles with Penny McVicker and Natasha Duggar jointly is the co-chair of the BRAVE Committee, which responds to domestic and intimate partner violence and sexual violence at the local level. And I'm also a co-chair with Elise Heineman of the Ontario Coalition of Rape Crisis Centres. But this evening I want to represent the staff, volunteers, service users, and other key stakeholders associated with the Sexual Assault Centre of Brant, and I want to provide my input as a survivor of sexual violence. SAC is an agency that has been held in care by the local community for the past 30 years. SAC staff, volunteers, community-based allies and service users collectively create an equitable and safe place to live and realise our dreams. Together we work towards creating healing and change. The County of Brant is home to many of our stakeholders and service users, and the town of Paris is where I put down my roots when I started my work at the Sexual Assault Centre almost 30 years ago. I'm aging myself rapidly as we speak. I'm struggling to bring pertinent content to the meeting this evening because I think we're collectively experiencing unprecedented levels of exhaustion and despondency. And I think some of what you're probably intuiting from the varying energy levels of our team is that it's tiring to work with a population whose survival is threatened and to face that reality on a daily basis. Some of us came to this meeting after working a night shift last night. All of us have been together all day doing the parallel piece of work in Brantford, and we represent folks whose needs are not well understood, and who often exist at the intersection of multiple types of violence. There is contagion in violence, and we are only just beginning to develop a sense of what the vicarious traumatization is associated with that. So my apology for being here as a depleted person, but also huge kudos to my colleagues who are shoring up the front lines and ensuring that when somebody reaches out for help, that help's going to be available, at the same time as trying to balance that proactive work to actually create change in our community so that we can eliminate the conditions under which intimate partner violence, gender violence, sexual violence flourishes. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview about some of the particularities that individuals in rural communities face. Many of you will have been exposed to the recommendations that came out of the inquest in Renfrew, and you will notice areas of that inquest that are particularly pertinent to the county of Brent specifically versus its larger urban counterparts. So rural realities, particularly for women and gender diverse people, include that intimate partner violence is more prominent in our areas, that services are typically centered in urban areas, that transportation to those centers is not readily available, that there are extra barriers for rural service users to navigate if they need to access services remotely relative to their urban counterparts, that confidentiality concerns assume life-threatening proportions, that safety planning is often more tenuous and based on being able to leave the local community, and that service availability and service coordination is not created with a rural-centric perspective, and that our service agencies are not adequately resourced to be able to respond to the full breadth of our mandate. So I want to highlight the fact that these factors, in combination with many others, make it harder both to leave an unsafe situation and they make it harder to stay. They also make it harder to heal and to create meaningful change. Furthermore, while lethal violence and other forms of harm in relationship are gendered, they're often compounded by experience of racism, which our local community of Brant County is in its infancy as it comes to addressing those issues. So hold on to your hats, because I'm going to hit you with some stats. Oh, that had like a Dr. Zeus ring. And I don't have a pie chart like the library presentation or those very specific data rubrics. But one of the things that we always struggle with at our agency is how to tell a meaningful story about what our work is that digs a little bit deeper than the statistics without being subject to exploitation of the stories that people have entrusted us with. A long time ago when we were filling out a particularly tedious evaluation that for a small pocket of funding that we had received, my staff team started to brainstorm about how we wanted to measure success. One of the things that we counted is that since the centre has opened, we have used so many boxes of Kleenex that if we laid them end to end, we'd get all the way to Simcoe. So I don't raise that to be flippant, but just to say that the data that is meaningful to us is not necessarily as closely connected to those statistical rubrics as you might imagine. So after 30 years in my role, I've been the person responsible for handing over a lot of those Kleenex individually. And I know that my colleagues have their own ways of measuring the suffering that we've absorbed and the changes that we've been trying to make, whether it's pitching that empty box of Kleenex as we go out of the door at night, or whether it's opening up an invitation to somebody's wedding who's successfully navigated their pathway to healing. But some stats. Since March of 2020, 3/4 of our crisis line staff have quit with adverse changes to personal circumstances, burnout, or traumatic events experienced in the line of duty being cited most often for leaving the role. When volunteers left, we will replace them with paid workers. When the paid workers left, we realized that we have a crisis. 2/3 of our core staff have left their roles, citing similar reasons, in addition to being able to be better compensated and better supported in other jobs. We started a waitlist for the first time ever, and while we have been able to keep requests for services for men and youth immediately available, anyone else can expect a wait in excess of 12 months for the first time in our organization's 30-year history for that first appointment, unless there are extenuating circumstances. And of course, there are always extenuating circumstances, so we're putting our staff in a role that is deeply predictive of burnout, because we're asking them to differentiate between somebody who deserves immediate access to support and somebody who does not. At our busiest, we experienced a 600% increase in crisis and support calls over the previous year, which resulted in us overhauling the program 4 times in 4 years for a total cost of $300,000. Our annual budget isn't much greater than that. April 1st marked the beginning of our 5th and most recent overhaul, but staff who work regular and even extended business hours are still responsible for covering 100% of overnight shifts on our crisis line. Even more egregiously, if someone calls the crisis line and our worker is talking to someone else, their caller will now get a message asking them to call back later. This is a contingency that we've never had to resort to in the past 3 decades. Ontario has seen an 18% increase in reported sexual assaults every year since 2016, and just 6% of assaults are reported to the police. 81% of all sexual assault centres saw an increase in crisis line over the last year, and in 2021, sexual assault centres responded to 37,500 calls. At SACS, survivors of sexual violence are at the centre of our work. We are survivors, we work with survivors, but we also understand the work to mean more than assisting one another to recover from the traumatic events of sexual violence. We believe that we're responsible for creating change and advocating for systems and individuals to join us, which is part of why we're here. We believe that this change will eliminate the circumstances that allow sexual violence to occur, such as gender inequity, racism, colonization, land violence, poverty, discrimination, and other forms of oppression, and mitigate the harms that people experience in other systems. At the practical level, that involves hundreds of hours of direct human contact. This contact ranges from story times with Taylor, everyone's favorite body rights turtle. You gotta know there's a big backstory there. To trainings that reduce the likelihood of our community, our local community, experiencing a mass casualty event, and everything in between. But we are tired, and we need more resources to fulfill our mandate. I'm adding my voice to the thousands across Ontario who are demanding better for survivors and for our entire community. Let's continue to be known as the county that includes the prettiest little town in Canada, but let's also develop a reputation for safety, accountability, healing, and change. I believe that support of this resolution is an excellent step in that direction. Thank you for your attention this evening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the presenter? I know it was difficult for you to get up there today with the mask and things, but thank you for what you've done. I'm looking for a motion to refer this to Councillor Pierce, Councillor McAlpine. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried, which takes us to 4.10, which is Penny McVicker from Victim Services Brant. If you can just state your name and your address for the clerk.
Penny McVicker, I'm the Executive Director of Victim Services of Brant, and I have been the Executive Director since 1998. I'm also Chair of the Ontario Network of Victim Service Providers, which represents 30 victim service sites across the province. And as Joanna mentioned, I'm co-chair with Natasha and Joanna of the local Brave Committee. My main office is in the Brantford Police Station, and I think along with Joanna, I would prefer not to give my actual address for safety. Victim Services of Brant, for those of you that don't know, we respond to victims of crime, tragic circumstance, and disaster. And we do that primarily with referrals from the Free Area Police Services, the Brantford Police, the Brant County OPP, and the Six Nations Police. We also get referrals from community agencies, and we receive self-referrals. We've been in operation since 1987, so we're pretty well known by a lot of members of the community, and we do get a number of self-referrals. Our program offers 6 different programs. Our agency has 6 different programs. Our first one is our Victim Crisis Assistance in Ontario, of Ontario program, which is funded through the Ministry of Children, Community, and Social Services. With our VCAO program, we respond on scene at the request of emergency services. We provide office support, and we respond by phone. And also text and email and all the other things right now that you can do that we've learned to do over COVID. After that, we have our VQRP program, and that's our Victim Quick Response program. And that is also funded by the ministry. And with that program, we can provide immediate financial support to victims. And when we respond to victims, we respond to everything from like a break and enter all the way up to homicide. Last year, we responded to 1,570 incidents and over 2,000 victims, because there was often multiple people to a situation. So when we do our VQRP, there are certain of our more high violence types of offenses that we qualify for our Victim Quick Response program. And with that program, we can do a number of different things to provide immediate support, one of which is emergency accommodation. For whatever reason, and often we're providing emergency accommodation for victims of domestic violence because the shelters are full. We used to be able to get somebody in the shelter, we might put them in a hotel for a day or two. Now we're looking at months. And unfortunately, we're only allowed to provide emergency accommodation funding for maybe 3 or 4 nights. I think there's like a $500 max. We can do that. I know that you'd ask, one of the counselors had asked about male victims of domestic violence. We have put them in hotels as well, safe accommodations with their children. But once again, it's very short-lived. It's not a long-term solution. We can provide meals. We can provide basic necessities. We can provide funding for those. We can do lock changes. We can repair doors. We can repair windows. And let me tell you, we've repaired a lot of those over the last couple years. We can provide moving expenses if somebody has to move for safety and they can get some of their property out of a residence. We can provide storage. We can pay for dental work, because a lot of our victims, especially of domestic violence, have been assaulted. And sometimes they have teeth knocked out or loosened or other dental problems. We can repair glasses or replace glasses. We can provide transportation costs, whether it's, to a counseling appointment or whether it's to relocate. Unfortunately, with domestic violence, it's getting harder and harder for people to relocate. It used to be they could apply for priority housing in another community. They could go to a shelter in another community. But communities have become very isolationist, and a lot of communities won't take somebody at a shelter if they're from outside the community because they're so full with their own victims. So it becomes very hard to help somebody relocate. We can pay for cell phones. We can replace cell phones because in domestic violence, the cell phone's usually the first thing that goes. Because if you can get rid of the cell phone, the victim can't call for help. And we can pay for minutes on cell phones as well. So those are just some of the things that we can do. You know, we can do everything all the way up to funeral expenses in the case of homicides. Last year in our community, we spent, through our VQRP program, over $334,000 on immediate financial supports to victims. That's a lot of money going into our community. That's a lot of people that need help. Counseling, we do counseling as part of that, and that's just, we can pay $1,000 worth of counseling. That's just a stopgap, and we do that because the wait lists are so long for the shelters. All the publicly funded counseling out there, the ones that Nova Vita provides, the Sexual Assault Center provides, and Willowbridge provide. We can do $1,000, and what we do is we get the application for counseling, and we tell them, get on the wait list. While you're going to a private therapist that we're going to fund through our agency, get on the wait list so that as soon as you can get into that public funded counseling for the longer term support. Because $1,000 doesn't go very far. It used to be $1,000 or 10 visits, and now it's probably $1,000 or 6 visits, which isn't much. So we do all of those things to help. So those are two of our programs. We have another program that's our court assistance program. And with that program, we contact victims prior to bail court every morning. A large number of those are domestic violence victims. We contact them, we talk to them about their safety concerns, what's going to happen, what are they afraid will happen if their offender is released from custody. And then we call them again after court to let them know what's happened. And this is a really important program that we offer. It's funded by the United Way. And we offer it because women need to know what's happening and what's happening in the court, because information is power. They can safety plan. They can make decisions about what's going to be in their best interest if and when he gets released. And the unfortunate reality right now is it's a revolving door in the court system. Women call and report, the police respond and they arrest. We safety plan with the women, we do lock changes, we provide motion lights, we do all the things to help keep them safe, we refer them to community agencies, they do all the things that they're supposed to do, and the court lets him go. He's usually like the next day, if not, from the police services. And very soon, I can tell you one day this week, it was less than an hour before he was back at her door. And once again, she calls the police. Once again, the police arrest him. Once again, the police take him into custody and hold him for bail court. And he was out again the next day. It's a very scary situation for women who are victims of domestic violence because the support isn't there. No, we can't hold them in custody indefinitely, but we can certainly send them a message by not letting them go right back out on the street the next day. Deterrent is important. So that's our court program, and that court program is extremely busy. We have the program that's called the Alert Program, and we don't talk about it a lot, and I'm not going to give you a lot of details. All the community services that are over here know about it. But we provide a personal safety device for women. It's a one-button push for the police to respond. It's an application process. It's processed in coordination with the 3 area police services. Right now we have 33 of these units out in the community, and these are our most high-risk domestic violence victims. These are the ones that there's a real concern for lethality. And while I say we have 33 out in the community right now, this week I've already had 3 referrals from police services for another 3 that they feel are ones that really need to be considered for that program. It's important. It's talked about in the Renfrew inquest. And 2 of the 3 women that were killed in the Renfrew situation were on a similar program. They just weren't able to get to the button in time. So that's one of the things that we talked to them about, making sure it's always there. You can't have it across the room or in another room. It's got to be right beside you. We also have a program called the Domestic Violence Rent Bank, and we've been running this since, I don't know, it's probably about 15 years now. We got funding from the Canadian Women's Foundation for this program. And we can provide no interest loans of up to $1,500 for victims of domestic violence. It used to be $1,500 paid first and last month's rent. Could help with heat and hydro and other expenses. $1,500 doesn't go very far, but it is one way of helping. I wish we could do more, but that's all that we have, and they pay it back at a nominal rate over however long they need to take to pay that money back. And it has helped a lot of women get into a safer position and into a safer place. And last but not least, we have our Trauma Dog program. And for those of you who haven't met him, we have Eddie. And normally I bring him with me, but with the weather tonight, I left him at home. But he is there, and he provides support to victims as they come into our office or as we go out on scene, you know, more to emergency services. We don't take them to people's homes. And I don't know if any of you have animals, but if you pat a dog, you talk to a dog, it starts to decrease stress. It starts to lower blood pressure. We have clients that get down on the floor and sit with him. He'll sit right next to them, lay against them, he'll lay across their feet. It's ways that he knows to help make them feel like they have some other additional supports. So those are the programs that we provide through Victim Services of Brant. I think that, you know, we work in cooperation with all the women that have presented here before us. We refer to each other on a regular basis. We support each other. And I think it's important that you, just to reiterate one more time, that you declare intimate partner violence an epidemic in Brant County, and that the province is encouraged to also provide intimate partner violence an epidemic in Ontario. Thank you.
Thanks, Penny. Are there any questions to Penny? No? Thank you for all you do. I've known Penny for many years, and she's very good at what she does, and we're glad that you're in place to do that for us. I'm looking for a motion to refer this to. Thank you, Councillor Coleman, Councillor Oakley. Any other comments or concerns? All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Now, like I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I've changed the agenda around a little bit, so I'm going to go right now to 11.3. And it's a resolution. It's a declaration of gender-based and intimate partner violence epidemic, and I'm going to give it to Councillor Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I debated whether or not to read the whole thing in full, but I think it's a topic that warrants having it read aloud. So bear with me while I read the full resolution. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Oakley. Whereas more than 72 municipalities and regions, including the cities of Toronto, Ottawa, Burlington, Windsor, London, Woodstock, and most recently Brantford, along with Peel, Durham, and Halton regions, Norfolk County, Haldimand County, and of course Renfrew County across Ontario, have declared a gender-based violence and or intimate partner violence epidemic. And whereas by declaring gender-based violence and intimate partner violence an epidemic, the County of Brant can join the growing number of municipalities and regions in Canada in demanding action from all levels of government to address this growing epidemic. And whereas the incidences of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence increased exponentially throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and have not decreased, while funding to provide the growing demand of services and support for victims and survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence has not kept pace. And whereas in 2022, the Canadian Centre for Justice and Community Safety Statistics, a division of Statistics Canada, issued a report to the House of Commons Standing Committee on the Status of Women that highlighted the rural rate of reported intimate partner violence against women to be 598 per 100,000 population in Ontario, which compares to 378 per 100,000 population in urban locations. And whereas those experiencing gender-based and intimate partner violence in rural and farming communities, like those in the County of Brant, face unique risk factors such as isolation, lack of and or barriers to service and support, strong traditions and community values around firearms, and a sense of responsibility for livestock and pets, which prevent women from seeking support and increase the risk of domestic violence and domestic homicide. And whereas the Brant OPP reported that as of September 2023, year-to-date domestic disturbance calls have increased by 4.3%, and whereas Nova Vida answered over 4,500 crisis and support calls in 2022, and in the same year, 648 women who were seeking safe shelter from family violence were turned away because the shelters were full and had no bed space to offer them. This number doesn't include their children. And whereas in Ontario last year, a woman was killed every week, 52 femicides in 52 weeks, and in Canada, a woman was killed every 2 days. And whereas 30% of women report having experienced a sexual assault since the age of 15, and 44% of women report having experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. And whereas gender-based violence impacts individuals, families, and communities, and it also places a costly burden on the health, social, and justice systems. In 2009, it was estimated that IPV had an economic cost of $7.4 billion annually, and sexual violence cost a cost of $4.8 billion annually. Therefore, be it resolved that A, the County of Brant Council declare gender-based violence and intimate partner violence an epidemic in the County of Brant, and B, that the County of Brant Council recommend that gender-based violence and intimate partner violence be declared an epidemic in the province of Ontario, and C, that the County of Brant Council requests that femicide be added as a term to the Criminal Code of Canada, and state its position to the Honourable Arif Virani, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and the Prime Minister of Canada, and D, that County of Brant Council requests that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and all municipalities and regions in Ontario declare a gender-based and intimate partner violence epidemic across the country, and E, that the County of Brant request the provincial and federal governments rightfully declare intimate partner and gender-based violence an epidemic and enact the additional 85 recommendations from the inquest into the 2015 murders of Carol Colleton, Anastasia Kuzik, and Natalie Warmerdam in Renfrew County, Ontario, which provide a roadmap to preventing intimate partner violence from escalating to femicide. And F, that the County of Brant request that the provincial and federal governments provide the necessary support to municipalities, regions, and their emergency and social services to meaningfully address the gender-based violence and intimate partner violence epidemic, and G, that staff be directed to assess what would be required to complete a community intimate partner violence action plan that includes items such as resources to address the local IPV epidemic, an awareness campaign, funding a dedicated rural outreach worker through Nova Vida, approaches to engaging with at-risk youth and other opportunities for the County of Brant Council to support, and bring a report back to Council before the end of the year for possible inclusions to be considered for the 2024 budget. And finally, H, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Brant County Health Unit as well as the 3 MPs and 3 MPPs representing the County of Brant residents.
Thank you, Councillor Kyle. We have it. It's been read. It's been seconded by Councillor Oakley. I'd like to have a recorded vote, Madam Clerk. Councillor Chambers.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering if Councillor Kyle would add a whereas clause. The province is not calling this an epidemic, and one of the presenters explained why they're hung up on their definition of what an epidemic is. I'm wondering if Councillor Kyle will add something to the effect, whereas IPV and GBV can be defined as an epidemic because, and whatever Beth McAllister said, that's why I asked the clerk to make a note of that, because that was excellent, and I think that explains why it can be called an epidemic, and the province doesn't need to be hung up on what that is. So I'm wondering if that is kind of a friendly amendment. I don't want to make the amendment, but
you find that friendly, Councillor Kyle?
I do. That is fine with me.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Miller and then Councillor Garneau.
Yeah, just one comment, one question. The comment is it's frustration. There's a request in there that femicide be added as a term to the criminal code. And as we heard one of the presenters, the criminal code has a lot of laws on the book. and the criminal code is not being enforced for a lot of these things, or if it's a catch and release, and we even heard our MP talk about that before. So it's frustrating to see that, and it makes me wonder if adding more laws helps anything at the end of the day. But be that as it may, my question maybe to the presenter or to staff, I don't know. We have a community safety well-being plan. We have a community safety well-being committee. Would this not be something that they are looking at, and is there some overlap with G in the be it resolved?
Ms. Newton.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We don't have this expressly outlined in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, but it's certainly something that can be expanded within.
You good with that, Councilor Miller?
I guess what I'm getting at is that I don't want it to be a one-off, right? I think it needs to be an ongoing thing. So, would that be the best spot to keep it alive, kind of deal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it would be. I'll certainly discuss this with staff, but my sense is that it will fall within that plan as an expanded action item within it. And again, we'll explore that and bring it back with recommendations as suggested in the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to propose an amendment, and if I get a seconder to speak to it, please. I'd like to add to Councillor Kyle's resolution, and I'm speaking to G in the staff direction. And forgive me, it's kind of a long spot to insert something, but immediately prior to that last clause where staff are asked to bring back the report, if I can read some language, please.
Okay.
And my amendment is that to include that the plan speak to the ways that the County of Brant can ensure that all victims of intimate partner violence are included, regardless of their sex or gender identity, family status, socioeconomic status, or other barriers to accessing traditional intimate partner violence support services.
Seeking a seconder, Councillor Bell. Any other discussion? Do you find that a friendly amendment? Or do you want to vote on the amendment separately? Is it formal or is it friendly?
I think that's really up to the mover and seconder. It certainly broadens the motion, so I didn't want to presume it to be friendly.
You see it as friendly?
I'm okay with the addition.
Okay. Is council okay with the addition? Yeah. Any other questions? Councillor Kyle?
I have some quick comments once everyone else is.
I think everyone's finished.
Yeah, so I think through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to give my thanks to all of the people who showed up tonight to share the important work that they do, and that clearly demonstrated that where sometimes as a rural community we can think that these types of things maybe don't affect us as much. They are definitely present here in our community in the County of Brant. And it's certainly something that is worth putting the time and resources into ensuring that we have a plan here at the county. So I'm hoping that I can get support around the table from my council colleagues to move this resolution forward, so that our staff can have a look at what we can do, is whether that is inserting it in as part of our community safety and well-being plan. Whether it's supporting a specific county-specific outreach worker, whatever the case might be, this is certainly a problem that is growing, not shrinking, which is unfortunate to hear. And I think probably most of us in this room can name somebody off the top of their head that's perhaps experienced this type of violence. And so it's certainly something that I really feel strongly about and hope that I have the support of council tonight.
Thanks, Councillor Kyle. As I said, I'd like to have a recorded vote. I think it's a very important piece of business that we're about to vote on, and I need to have it recorded.
Thank you. Mayor Bailey.
I support it.
Councillor Kyle.
Yes.
Councillor McAlpine.
I support it.
Councillor Howes.
I support it.
Councillor Oakley.
Yes.
Councillor Bell.
Yes.
Councillor Pierce.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes.
Councillor Coleman.
Yes.
Councillor Garneau.
Yes.
The vote carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. I think we have done an important thing tonight. With that, I think we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene now. Just waiting for Councillor Garneau. I should really wait for her, but I'm not going to. Wait for Councillor Garneau. Just give her a minute. Kyle, could you, we're going to go to number 5 now. Councillor Kyle, could you make the motion, please, for the previous minutes?
Sure. Yes. Moved by myself and seconded by
Councillor McAlpine.
Councillor McAlpine.
Yep.
That the minutes of the previous minutes of October 24th and November 14th be approved.
Are there any questions to the minutes of October the 24th? Seeing none, move to all those in favor. Opposed? Carried. Business arising from the minutes? Do we see any? No. Move on to consent items to be approved. There aren't any consent items to be received. There are 21. Does anyone want anything separated? Councillor Miller.
Number 9, that's
Number 9?
Enbridge. Yep, Enbridge. And number 13, that's the library.
That's the library. Anyone else want anything? Councillor Kyle?
Yes, can I have 7.2.5 and 0.2.19?
19 and 5? Okay. Okay, so we're going to vote then on receiving everything but 13, 9, 19, and 5. Oh, Councillor Chambers.
First, we're going to move them, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Howes that the items not listed be received as information.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You went first, Councillor Miller.
Sure. I'm going to 7.2.9. That's the Enbridge. We have until December 15th to make a comment, to give response. Has anyone from staff, has anyone from the county provided any input into this consultation process?
Allison.
If not, I'll make a motion.
Through your worship, we have had staff that has been in contact with Enbridge, and I can certainly bring something back to council noting results of those meetings.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, but we can't give response from council because we wouldn't hit it by the council December date, right? We would be past that. So, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, if I get a second, I'll speak to it. But I will move the resolution as presented by Enbridge in 7.2.9.
Thank you. Seeking a seconder, Councillor Pierce. Mr. Miller, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, it's a fairly innocuous resolution, but they are asking that the province update a lot of the legislation, which is 20 years old. As they say, they can spend $2 million just for half a kilometer of pipe in urban settings, and if you hit the $2 million threshold, you have to carry out a lot more work to get it done. And secondly, we all know the importance of natural gas to improving the quality of lives, not just for households, but for businesses, for farmers. We've been working very hard to expand it here in the county. It's like pulling teeth because there's so many regulations that you have to show 4-year pipe. I think we all understand that. So, anyways, I'll stop there and see where it goes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. It's got a seconder. Is there any other discussion to it? Everyone's clear? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Miller, then you wanted to talk about the 13, which is the Public Library Board minutes.
Yeah, not, and this isn't specific to the library, but they have some they had an in-camera report. We don't see the report. John Noble Home, they have an in-camera. We see the in-camera. I'm just wondering, and I don't need an answer tonight, but I'd certainly take it on a Friday file if staff doesn't know or the clerk doesn't know. But why do some committees that aren't committees of wholes or not directly under the influence of council or shared services, why are some in-camera items shown and other times we never see them from different committees? I'm wondering.
So
Madam Clerk.
through Mayor Bailey to Councillor Miller, I would have to confirm with the CEO of the library. I did see her before. I don't know if she's still here now. But my understanding would be that the library board operates as a separate entity under the Library Act, and therefore it's not a direct report to council in the same way that the John Noble Home is, would be my immediate suspicion. I can confirm that and report back, but just because they are a separate entity under their own act would be my initial response to that.
Yeah, but and that's a good response, Mr. Mayor. But like I said, if there's more information you could share, I just feel that if we had seen some of those in-camera minutes maybe a couple years ago, we could be looking at different things today.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Chambers.
Just to comment on that, the clerk, in my opinion, is absolutely right. We don't get in-camera minutes from the health board, for example, nor do we get the in-camera from the conservation authorities. The committees of council, yes, but the individual standalone boards, ABCs, authorities and commissions don't have they keep their own business their own.
Any other questions? No, then we're going to go back to Councillor Kyle, and you want to talk about number 5?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just wanted to flag this one. So this speaks to the resolution that was adopted by the North Dumfries Council a couple of weeks ago. That is to create a no truck route through downtown Ayr. It's something that I did happen to see in the Ayr News, but was also flagged by some residents that live just off Brant Waterloo Road, as that is one of the proposed routes once some of the road construction is done. Either way, that traffic will be routed either down Drumbo Road, either direction, or down Brant Waterloo Road to either Trussler or Pinehurst Road. So certainly it's a concern for residents in that area that are already dealing with a high volume of traffic. So not that it's a bad thing to make a no truck route through Ayr. I've seen trucks try to turn downtown and it's not a pretty sight, but definitely some more thought and conversations with our staff need to happen, and I have had some conversations with Greg Demers. I know he's chatted with Mark Eby as well, so it's on their radar now. But before that could happen in the way that the North Dumfries is asking for it, there needs to be some safety considerations put into place.
So you're just bringing it forward for us to keep an eye on? No direction? Okay, and now you want to talk about 19.
Yeah, and again through you, number 19 jumped out at me as we currently do have. So this one is speaking to the fact that specifically in this case, Metroland Media is folding the printed paper in this particular community that has submitted this resolution. But it does speak to a bigger concern with a lot of our smaller community newspapers being either closed down completely or moving to a digital format. And right now the Legislation Act says that notice has to be presented in a printed sheet form. So definitely, again, something that hopefully we could have our staff keep an eye on. Even the Paris Independent is a digital paper, so technically that's not something that we could use as a means of providing our notices, for example. So we are reliant on Ayr News and Brantford Expositor, neither of which technically are in the county. Both provide great service, but just something to keep an eye on. Again, that it could be, as more and more of these papers are going to digital format rather than printed, there's some language in the Legislation Act that could be problematic for smaller rural communities like ours.
Any other questions, concerns? Okay, and again, you're just bringing it to our attention. Thank you. So we're going to vote on the ones that we didn't vote on the first time. So that's 5, 9, 13, 19. Oh, I'm sorry. 9's already been voted. No. 13, 5, and 19. All those in favor? Opposed? There, we got them all covered. Takes us to number 8 on the agenda, which is the committee reports. 8.1. Councillor Miller, that's yours.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Oakley, that the License Tribunal report of October 24th, 2023 be approved.
Any questions for Councillor Miller on his report? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor to receive the report. Thank you. 8.2, Councillor Kyle, that's yours.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bell, that the Joint City-County Shared Services Committee report of October 30th, 2023 be approved.
Are there any questions for Councillor Kyle? It's a newly formed committee. No? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.3, which is Councillor Miller, that's the Paramedic Services Committee report.
Yes, moved by myself, second by Councillor Pierce, that the Paramedic Services Committee report of November 1, 2023 be approved.
Are there any questions to Councillor Miller on his report? Paramedic Services. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.4 is the Policy Development Committee report. That's you, Councillor Bell.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McAlpine, that the Policy Development Committee report of November 7th, 2023 be approved. Just a little note, the actual report says Policy Development and Strategic Direction Committee. I think we've abandoned the last bit.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor of the report? Hopefully there were no questions. And I'm now 8.5, that's Councillor Kyle. We just did that one.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Garneau, that the Government Relations Committee report of November 28th, 2023 be approved.
Are there any questions for Councillor Kyle? Councillor Bell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A quick question probably to Alicia. What's the date by which you need these delegation requests supporting documentation?
Through Mayor Bailey to Councillor Bell. Unfortunately, the date for that would have been the past Monday, so staff did submit with the understanding that we would withdraw if council didn't provide support.
Okay.
Unfortunately, with the committee being struck at the previous council meeting, although we were able to get the committee meeting in before the deadline, with Roma only giving the 3-week period, we couldn't get the ratification by council in on time. So discussion with the committee was had, and it was determined that we would put those delegations forward as directed, and staff would then withdraw if needed.
Sorry, I'm through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking more of the supporting documentation. That if we had granted the delegation, we normally give them some information ahead of time. What's the deadline for that?
So through Mayor Bailey to Councillor Bell, should we receive the delegation and should staff be providing briefing documentation, that would be provided prior to the conference. So the senior management, I believe Phil, would arrive with the briefing material for staff. So once there's still time for that. It's just the deadline to submit the request for delegations that was passed.
Okay, 8.6. We didn't vote on 8.5? No? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Are we, when this gets, we know who we're meeting with and whatnot, are you going to let the MPPs know about this? We have 3 of them, and I've known talking to one of them, they would certainly like to be invited to these because we need all the clout we can get.
I know that we usually let them know. I know the one we use mostly here for Will. He usually knows that we're there. Last time we met, he was at all the delegations, I believe. Oh, well, we will get all three of them involved if you want us to. As you said, more people at the table. We've cut down the size of the delegation so that we didn't have 6 people, and the 3 MPPs, if they decided to come, would make it 9. That's a lot of people in a room when you've only got 10 minutes to speak to a minister. So we'll let them know that we've cut our numbers down, but we'll certainly invite them if that's the will of council. It's the will of council. We'll make sure they're invited. Any other questions to 5 point or to 8.5? See none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed and carried, which takes us to 8.6, which is planning and development, which is Councillor Chambers.
Mr. Mayor, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McAlpine that the Planning and Development Committee report of November 14th, 2023 be approved. And Mr. Mayor, there was a delegation with regard to recommendation number 2, and I believe that was referred to this part of the agenda number 2, so you may wish to withdraw that for a additional discussion.
Does anyone on council want number 2 removed to discuss? Councillor Coleman does. So we're going to vote on one.
Also number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then we're going to do them all. We'll talk about number 1 first. Councillor McColeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been, keeps coming up, and this chicken thing, and it really hit me Sunday morning when I went into town and I went to a restaurant and the lady recognized this jacket that I had on. It says the County of Brant. Chickens. I said, oh yeah. I said, it hasn't been approved yet, but it's still got to go to council. She says, I live in the city of Brantford. Never had a problem with rodents until my neighbor got chickens. So I still won't support having chickens.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to vote on them all individually then? Yeah, that's the will of council. Vote on number 1 first, chicken. Up, Councillor Chambers.
Just to be clear, the recommendation is essentially asking staff to glean further information on the issue. This resolution, if it passes, does not permit the chickens. It permits the staff to bring forward information and prospective zoning language to do that. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the chicken thing has got out of control. It was on the radio. Did anyone hear it on the radio? Everyone talking about chickens in the county of Brant and how progressive we were. Yeah, it was like yikes. But anyway, this is only voting. Number 1 is just the direction to staff to do the recommendations about the chickens. It's not to have chickens. You can call the radio station when you get home, correct them. All those in favor of number 1? Opposed? Still carried. Takes us to number 2, which is the tower, the shared tower in St. George. Anyone have anything to say about the shared tower of St. George? Councillor Coleman.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I was probably about the only one that didn't support staff's recommendation when we did it at planning, and I will not support this recommendation coming forward tonight. I do think that towers are needed. I do think there is a problem in the lower end of St. George, below the hill, from what everybody has told me. And I'm sorry, it may offend some people, but I think a lot of people send their kids to school with cell phones. And it's part of the norm anymore. There's a lot of people don't have landlines, and there's more and more getting less landlines. So cell towers are going to be an integral part of our life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anybody else have anything to say about the cell towers? Councillor Chambers?
Again, Mr. Mayor, just by clarification, this is, recommendation is simply a statement of fact. It does not meet 411, 4.3 of the protocol. So, and that's factual. And they have completed the consultation. So the recommendation, once again, is not an approval of the cell phone tower. It's just a statement of fact as it relates to our protocol at the county. The delegation expanded upon ways to mitigate that fact that it does not meet the protocol, and that case would have to be made to the approval authority, and it can be made to the approval authority and perhaps mitigate for 3, but as a statement of fact, the recommendation is simply saying it does not conform to the county's protocol.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
I will make an amendment to this, Mr. Mayor. If I get a seconder again, I'll speak to it. Where, and I'll let the clerk word it properly, but just the fact that shared towers, while we understand that they've done their due diligence, doing their public consultation, and notwithstanding the fact that it fails to meet our preferred location guidelines as per the protocol, that the county of Brant supports this site. Seeking a seconder.
Supports which, Councillor Miller? The recommendation?
We support this site.
For a cell tower?
Correct.
And you've got a seconder in Councillor Coleman? Okay, all those, okay, speak to it?
I'm just going to speak to it. The ISED is the final decision maker on this, not the county of Brant. We all understand that. But if they do not get municipal support, it ties it up. It could be up to 2 years. The need is there now. You talk to a lot of people. It's there now. Never mind the growth that's coming. It's not just the growth, but it's also the amount of data that people require. We all use our cell phones. We all use internet. I hear it every week. I don't have good internet. I even hear it from the people with cells. There's a need for it. And I don't want to minimize what people say about the safety, but if these companies violate those safety protocols, they lose their license. They're out of business. And we've heard many times, because this isn't the first one that's come before us, the radiation from the cell phone in your hand is much stronger than that from the tower. So that's why I'm introducing that amendment.
Through Mayor Bailey to Councillor Miller, the delegation's requested wording was that the resolution nevertheless represent concurrence being inserted as a final clause. Are you okay with that?
Yes, if the seconder is as well.
We have it on the floor, and we have a seconder. Councillor Chambers.
Could the clerk repeat that? I didn't catch the language.
Yes, through Mayor Bailey to Councillor Chambers, that the resolution nevertheless represent concurrence.
I don't, okay, you can explain if you want to. Councillor Chambers, you want her to explain?
But factually, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
So I can't support that wording because it either aligns with our protocol or it doesn't. It doesn't nevertheless. It either does or doesn't. So it doesn't, and that's a statement of fact. So I don't agree with that resolution.
Councillor Miller.
Not being up on the going back to the original motion, it's just that the county Brant supports this location.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything to say? I have something to say about it, but I'll wait till everyone else has spoken. Councillor Bell and McAlpine. Councillor McAlpine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support this amendment. I'm troubled by being asked by many delegations to challenge federal legislation, because that's effectively what it is. I have no understanding of that. I trust the federal government. And this comes down to, do you trust what the federal government says or do you not? And I do, and that's why I'm going to support the amendment.
Councillor McAlpine.
So I guess in the last couple of years, I've experienced a couple events. And this weekend, in particular on Friday night at the Lions turkey roll, John Wheat collapsed. And we were very lucky that at the north end, we had cell tower reception so that the paramedics were able to be called. And fortunately, he got to the hospital in time, and I understand he's doing okay. And not too many years ago, a similar thing happened when we were at the cemetery at an event where another individual collapsed. And between John Wheat and myself, we were able to use my cell phone in order to call the fire department, and they were able to get there rapidly, and were able to resuscitate this person, fortunately, and they're still with us today. And I would hate to have thought if that had happened in the south end, say at one of the parks down there, and for instance, if somebody has a life alert, they're used through the cell towers and stuff like that. And if they don't have that service, there's health concerns related to that. So I think all these things have to be taken into consideration. And I have a lot of respect, again, for the federal due diligence that they've done in the reports and how they've compared and looked at other jurisdictions and how it's an ongoing practice, a living document that they do. It's their proper research, and I have full confidence in that. And I would like to express my support for that process because I do know that in this process, our comments are looked at, and that is part of the decision process. I think it's important that we support that, and so that's my bit.
Are there any other comments, Councillor Chambers?
Just the fact, Mr. Mayor, that if we have a set of protocols and something doesn't meet them, it doesn't meet them. And now we're saying it doesn't matter if it doesn't meet them. It doesn't matter what our protocols are. We support it. So I have a little bit of trouble with having protocols saying one thing and us saying something that our protocols say the opposite. So I think we should stay in our own lane, stick with our protocol, and let the application stand on its own merit and can be mitigated by the applicant to the approval authority. And I'm sure that it will be, but I'd like to stay in our own lane on this one. And those are my comments.
Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, reflecting too on Councillor Chambers' comments, I agree that our protocol is what's placed us here, and throughout the discussion, both at the last meeting and tonight, it was acknowledged that technology has evolved considerably since our protocol was last updated. I have had some discussions with staff about that, and so I'm not asking for direction for staff to revisit this because I understand it's already on the radar. But with knowing that in mind and the other mitigating factors that have been discussed, I am prepared to support the county agreeing to the tower. My first home in the county was actually just south of St. George, and I remember standing outside in all types of weather trying to get cell reception. It is a very real issue in the area, so thank you.
Any other comments? I have something to say. I can see the tower. I'll be able to see the tower from my house. In fact, I could make it into a budgie line or a clothesline or something. A zip line. I could have a zip line to the tower. I don't understand why we spend so much of our time around this horseshoe making policy, making rules. Something comes to us, it doesn't meet our standards, it's not right, it doesn't work. It just isn't in the running anymore. And Councillor Bell, you're all about that with parking and things. About sticking to our principles and our laws and our bylaws. And now we're saying, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what our bylaws are. Doesn't matter how tall we think this thing's going to be. If I'm not, this is not about cell reception. I agree that we need more cell reception. I don't even have to believe the science that the delegations brought to me. It's not about that. It's about it doesn't qualify. It's very simple. And I mean, I don't know why we're flip-flopping on this thing. That's how I feel. That's how I feel it feels at the table, is that for whatever reason, we've decided that we'll just let this one go. It's all we can do for the constituents at this level, and then it's up to the federal government. As you said, you have faith in the federal government, and I do too. Let them do their thing when it's time to let them do their thing. But right now, we've got constituents that don't want it. I'll see it. It doesn't bother me, but it certainly, if it were the right size, I wouldn't have anything to say about it, Councillor Bell. And it's not. It doesn't comply with our restrictions.
So if I may respond, Mr. Mayor, I wish we took this approach when we are faced with developers who continuously demand variances of all of our bylaws, and we just roll over without the benefit of all the research and science that we have in this case. So I can't accept your argument, and I'll stand by my position.
That's okay. Councillor Miller.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I think personally, I think the protocol needs to be revisited, and I think we will revisit 2024. Having said that, the reason it doesn't meet our protocol is because it's not the sufficient distance away from, based on the height. They put these towers in hospitals. They put them on very busy buildings. It shouldn't be the deciding factor. So some rules are there, yes, but sometimes you got to see the bigger picture.
Councillor Chambers.
Again, not to prolong it and be argumentative, but but it's just a statement of fact. That's all it is. It doesn't comply. It's not that we're approving or disapproving or they do this. It doesn't comply. That's a statement of fact. It's true, and to do otherwise is to not follow a pure statement of fact.
It doesn't comply, and it's all we can do for the constituents that don't want it. And then after we're done with it, it can go wherever it needs to go. They might decide there's a better place for it. I believe we need more service, but it's certainly not about the science of the service. It's about this tower, and it doesn't work there. It's not the right size. And for that reason, I can't support the amendment. I have to vote for the tower. Anyway, any other comments before we vote? So, Madam Clerk, do you want to repeat what Councillor Miller's got on the floor?
Through you, Mayor Bailey, Councillor Miller's amendment is that the following clause be inserted as the final clause, and that the County of Brant supports the location.
Seconded by Councillor Coleman. Okay, anything else to add to that? Everyone's clear on what they're voting on. All those in favor of Councillor Miller's? Yep, 7 opposed. Passes. Okay. I'm sorry?
Recommendation 2 as amended.
Yeah, the recommendation as to amended. So the tower has the blessing of the County of Brant. Be clear. Okay, next is.
Recommendation 2 as amended.
Okay, so I have to call the other vote. All those in favor of the vote as amended? Opposed? Thank you. Now we're at number B. Oh no, we don't need anything else. We're going to vote. They didn't pull 3 and 4. So we can vote on 3 and 4 together. Yeah. Motion. Councillor Oakley, seconder for 3 and 4. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That was torturous. Okay. 8.7, Administration and Operations. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Howes, that the Administration and Operations Committee report of November 21st be approved, noting that there are 23 recommendations.
23 recommendations. Does anyone want anything pulled? I'm sorry? No, I don't want to pull them all. No, Jesus, no. No. Who, what do you want pulled, Councillor Miller?
Number 4, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And I can speak to why.
Yeah. Who else? Nobody else? We're going to vote on everything but number 4. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I'm not sure the process here. For this is not required at this time. The Apps Mill Nature Center has garnered a reprieve for the 2024 year. They're going to use the GRCA will be using transition reserve money to fund it. So, yeah. So I'm not sure where how you leave that or what you do with that motion there.
I know that it's come up at committee. It's come up where it's on the radar. I'm not sure what we're going to do with it. We've talked about it with the city of Brantford, and we're going to be doing something, but we don't know exactly what we're doing yet. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, that's good news. That's new news. But I'm thinking here, the recommendation is to receive it and refer it to budget. I would hate to wash this off the table. All of a sudden that falls through the floor, then we're stuck. I'm not sure what harm it is to receive it, send it to budget. If it's a moot point at that point in time, then we wash it off.
That's okay, Councillor Miller.
Well, if you're referred to budget, you got to have a number with it. We don't have a number with it. And that's the issue. Having said that, yeah, I like the way Councillor Pierce is thinking. At the same time, like I say, we don't have numbers to attach to it just yet. They threw some hit the side of the barn kind of numbers at us when we got that letter. But I will say, and further what you said, Mr. Mayor, the hard work actually has just begun. We are working with they're going to work with our staff. They're going to work with city staff. We're going to work with the province to see if we can't get outdoor education back under category 1 or 2. And we're also working with the foundations, Brant Waterways, and a couple others to see maybe we can get some capital money. So, having said that, if you want to keep it to the budget, I mean, I'm not gonna fight you on that one. But I will say that there's still a lot of work to do.
Councillor Pierce.
Yeah, no, like I say, and I appreciate that, and the work is starting, which is a good thing. Which is a great thing, actually. But like I say, I would just hate for us to hit a roadblock and all of a sudden we're trying to scamper at the end in order to get it on our budget. So I would suggest we leave it as is and we receive it.
Yep. Everyone's good with that? Receive it, refer it to budget. If we don't need it at the time, we just don't use it. But there will be time for us to talk to the city and other municipalities as to how they're handling it too. I know it's on the forefront of everyone's mind. So that being said, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 22. We had 22.
23.
Hmm?
That was, well.
No, I see 21. Now I see 22. The Heritage Committee, Councillor House. Is that you? No?
No, we're at staff reports.
Oh, so there wasn't 21, there was 23, sorry about that. Staff reports, facilities, or feasibility study of Russell Heights. Adam, you're going to speak to that? Can I get a mover and a seconder to get that on the floor? Councillor Coleman, Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Council. Before you tonight is a very brief report looking at the opportunity to potentially tap into some significant federal funding for the development of co-op housing. I have with me tonight Elena Hart, who's the Executive Director of the Central Ontario Cooperative Housing Federation, and Tim Welch, who's a consultant who works with has significant experience in developing co-op housing. So the site in question is the proposed phase 2 of Russell Heights. We would look to complete this feasibility study in about 3 months, according to Tim's experience with these. And as I noted in the report, we have a significant amount of the study already done through the couple of the funding applications we've done previously for Russell Heights. Short of that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Adam regarding Russell Heights and St. George? Lucas, Councillor Oakley.
Through the mayor, just to Adam, no question, just a comment that it's fantastic to see a cooperative housing project like this come up and start to move forward, and I couldn't be more thrilled to support it.
Any other comments, concerns? No, it's a great report. Thank you. It's very exciting. And we would be doing this at the county level. Is that right?
To your worship, yes, that's correct.
All right, and no other questions? We'll call the vote. All those in favor to receive the report with excitement? Thank you. Communications, number 10. Just a motion to receive, Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Oakley, to receive this communication and that staff be directed to add Henry Foster to the list of veteran names to be used for street naming. There is a seconder. I can speak to it further if necessary.
Anyone have any opposition to that name being added to our list? No need to speak to it? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 11, resolutions supported. Oh, this is you, Councillor Oakley. 11-1.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Garneau that whereas we as the council of the County of Brant have expressed desire for expanded transit options in the past and have recently expressed interest in regional transit options, and whereas Go Transit, operated by the Crown Corporation Metrolinx, provides an effective and affordable transit service in Ontario, serving in one capacity or another from Brantford to Peterborough, and whereas passenger-focused rail infrastructure is more reliable, more ecologically friendly, and more affordable for the ridership than either bus transit or rail transit that shares the infrastructure with commercial rail, and whereas many residents of the County of Brant have expressed interest in the Go Rail station closer than the station in Aldershot, and whereas the City of Brantford recently petitioned the provincial government to expand Go Rail service to Brantford, and whereas the County of Brant's provincial population minimum being 59,000 people by 2051, the need for expanded transit options are greatly needed for residential, commercial, and tourism purposes to support the growth, then it is directed that the County of Brant send a letter of support to Minister of Transportation MPP Prabmeet Sekera for the City of Brantford's proposal for Go Rail expansion to Brantford, and share the communication sent to the City of Brantford MPP Will Balma, MPP Brian Riddell, MPP Ernie Hardman, and Premier Doug Ford.
Take a breath, Councillor Oakley. Holy mackerel. Does anyone have any questions or concerns? Direction to send the letter? We're good. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Take a drink.
I should not have drank all my water. Through you, Mr. Mayor, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor House, whereas we as the Council of the County of Brant have a desire to improve the affordability and availability of housing in the County of Brant, and whereas short-term rentals have increased popularity due to the introduction of apps like Airbnb, the often higher profit margins over long-term rentals, and the growing tourism post-pandemic, and whereas short-term rentals make housing units unavailable for long-term rentals, thus increasing the scarcity of long-term rental units, and whereas other municipalities such as Collingwood, Orillia, and Prince Edward County have identified this issue and have introduced restrictions or regulations surrounding short-term rentals up to and including complete bans, and whereas a complete ban may be undesirable for the purposes of encouraging tourism in the county, but providing affordable housing is a priority that supersedes it, and whereas creating a county revenue stream from short-term rental accommodations would offset the loss of affordable housing units, then it is directed at that the County of Brant staff develop a policy to address the regulation of short-term rentals with the following criteria in mind: to create a licensing system for short-term rentals to control the number of units on the short-term rental market, to consider having a limit on the number of licenses available to control the number of units used for short-term rental accommodations and the pros and cons thereof, to implement a municipal accommodation tax for short-term rental operators, to use the licensing fees and municipal accommodation tax to contribute towards the county's fund for affordable housing, and that the policy be presented to council by June 30th, 2024 for consideration.
There you go. Any questions, Councillor Oakley? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Oakley. Do we have any sense of how many short-term rentals we have in the county?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, with some conversation I've had with staff, we predict the number somewhere in the range of 200, though it's not actively being tracked currently.
I express my surprise that there's that many. When I've been on Airbnb, I've not found there to be that size of numbers of properties.
Councillor Miller, and then Councillor Pierce.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bell, for that question. That was mine as well. And I'd be shocked at 200. But when I read the whereas clause, it implies that a lot of these, or most of these, or all of these are used for tourism. And the other municipalities that are listed here, Collingwood, Aurelia, Prince Edward County, they're all tourist areas. I can see them having some kind of rules around them. I understand that. I don't see a problem here in the county. I've not heard of a problem here in the county. Some of these short-term rentals, though, I know aren't just used for tourism. We have some big industries in here. They're international. They have people coming in, and they stay for a while. You think Tiger Cat, think Stubby's, Adidas, Walter Steel. And it's not just the big players. We have a small mushroom co-op out in Harley there, just the other side of Harley. They installed a scrubber for the odors that didn't come from Canada. It come from Holland. They had to have workers come over for 3 weeks to service it, to set it up, to calibrate it, to make sure it's working. There's no hotels in the area. That's where a place like a short-term rental comes in place. So again, when I'm looking at, like I say, Collingwood, Aurelia, Prince Edward County, I got it. I think maybe it fits them. I don't believe it fits the county. I don't support it. I think it's a resolution looking for a problem that doesn't exist in the county.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Miller kind of went down the road that I was going to go there. If we're comparing ourselves to Collingwood, Aurelia, Prince Edward County, I don't think that's a fair comparison. I'm a little shocked at the 200 as well, but the whereas clause for me that kind of jumps out is, whereas creating a county revenue stream from short-term rental accommodations would offset the loss of affordable housing units. On that statement alone, I can't support this because I don't feel that that's true. I think I don't think there's anything that can offset the loss of affordable housing units other than more affordable housing units. So I have a tough time supporting this resolution as worded. I understand, I think where Councillor Oakley wants to go with this, but I can't help but agree with Councillor Miller in the sense that I think we're going to create more of a problem than it's suggested that it would fix.
Councillor Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just chime in a little bit. I do support the resolution. I seconded it for Councillor Oakley. There are scenarios within our community where property owners could rent out apartments or ARUs even within our community for people who need housing. And because it can be more profitable to go the short-term rental route, that can entice those people. And I know of at least one example in the ARU category who it was just the cost to create the rental property was so high that they said, oh, instead of renting to a little family that might need it or a whoever might need it, they were going to go for the short-term rentals and rent 2 or 3 nights a week at a higher rate. And I think it's important that we wrap some structure around this, because that that demand is going to continue. We have a shortage of rental properties in our municipality, and we don't want to see the current level of rental properties disappear in favor of short-term rentals. So that's, I believe, the argument for supporting it. And I think to the point about the offsetting costs or whatever, if we're collecting any kind of licensing agreement from potential new regulations around this, to have it go into the affordable housing piggy bank is just a good idea.
Councillor Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. If I may respond to that. That being said, we're in a situation right now where apparently we have approximately 200 of these that aren't paying anything. So my suggestion would be, my thought would be that if we were to impose a fee on this, we might have 10 or 20 that'll comply. We're still going to have 100 and some odd out there that are going to do it on their own anyway. So I don't, as I say, back to what Councilor Miller was saying, I think we're creating more of a problem here than we're going to fix. It's the same thing. I hate to bring it up, Mr. Mayor, but it's the same thing. Let's circle back to chickens. They're there. They're happening, right? Same as this is happening. And I don't feel that this is the, again, I appreciate what Councilor Oakley's trying to do here, but I don't think this is the way to go about it.
Anybody else? Councillor Oakley, you want to defend your?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to respond to some of that, some of the comments. So first of all, I do agree it is quite like the chicken problem, and similar to my stance on the chicken problem, is creating a licensing system and a system to regulate will allow us to capture and regulate and make this industry and market more competitive, more fair. Part of our official plan is through our economic development department to encourage more short-term rentals. As we make this option more available, more present in the minds of people in the county, there will be more units that are converted. I also know for a fact several constituents, several residents of the county who have built ARUs, whether detached or attached to their primary property, or have purchased properties with granny suites, etc., that rather than using those units to house family members or house to rent out for permanent rentals, they are being used as short-term rentals. And part of the regulatory framework would be, even if we only capture 50% of the market or 10% of the market, that's still additional revenue that can go towards affordable housing. And after covering the cost of the project, of course. Additionally, a lot of the municipalities on this list have, particularly to avoid the issue of people dodging the licensing, because it's easier just not to do it, they have escalating fines both for advertising short-term rentals and for providing short-term rentals and actively renting it out. That will incentivize people to comply with the program.
Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm prepared to support the resolution this evening. I do agree that perhaps we're in the early stages of this in the county of Brant, but it won't be long before this becomes a bigger issue for us. I did just pull up Airbnb, and I guess there's 8 within walking distance of council chambers available this evening if anyone's needing accommodation. But all jokes aside, just inside the city of Brantford is relatives of ours who built a granny flat and then realized it was sufficiently lucrative that one of the adults in the home could actually leave full-time employment elsewhere to support this short-term vacation-style rental rather than maintain employment. So as much as it was presented through the planning stages as a home, multi-generational home, it very quickly turned into a viable business. What I see here is we're asking staff to come back by the end of June. From there, presumably there's another decision for council to be made. I think it's worth something to explore at this stage. Similar to the chickens, we're not necessarily going ahead. We're just getting a sense of what that might look like, and then we can decide if that's right for us. But what I do know is if there's that many within the core, I haven't looked in the countryside lately, but there were a number out my way at one point as farm stays and other projects. And I do want to acknowledge Councillor Miller's comments as well about business and accommodations. Being in business ourselves, one of our biggest challenges has been places for our workers to be able to afford in the community. So I think there's a lot at play here, but we can't have the conversation about the substance of something without that substance in front of us. So thank you.
Anybody else have anything to say? I have a couple of comments. I can't support it right now. I think it's a little bit premature. I know that when we hosted that convention last year, once the Arlington was full, people didn't really want to stay at those new hotels out by the old schoolhouse there. They stayed there because they could, and there was rooms for them. But when they came to the County of Brant, they wanted something a little cozier, a little bit more, 2 rooms for a couple of nights in something other than a hotel that they could have in Mississauga or Brampton. So I think it's I think we're selling ourselves a little bit short, because we do have people like Adidas and Ford, and we have all kinds of other little, well, not little companies, big companies that have people come over from Europe for a week or whatever. And as Councillor Miller said, a lot of the greenhouses in Harley and Burford deal directly with Holland or Belgium, Langton, Cortland, all that area. And they want something a little bit, as the Dutch say, a little bit gezellig, a little bit cozy, instead of a big high rise. Not bad, eh, Councillor Bell? Not bad. So I can't support it right now. I think it's a wonderful thing that you've done, but I think it's more appropriate for this time next year. So I can't support it tonight. Councillor Chambers.
And Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. I'm not going to support it either. I think we should be looking at ways to reduce regulations and licensing and reduce taxes on all kinds of things. So I think this is just another regulation, another licensing, another tax. We need to be looking at the other side of it. We have too many of these already. I'm not going to support another one.
We have something. Anyone else have anything to say before we call the vote? Councillor Oakley has something in front of you. Councillor Bell or Councillor Howes has seconded it. All those in favor? Opposed? Is it defeated? It's defeated, Councillor Oakley. Come back next year. Can't win them all, that's right. That takes us to number 1104 on the 11.4 proclamation Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Councillor McAlpine, you have that?
Please use your mic, Councillor McAlpine.
11.4 proclamation Lung Cancer Awareness Month, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Coleman.
It's in front of you. You don't need Councillor McAlpine to read it. No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. At the beginning of the meeting, I didn't give you a chance to say whether you had something, other business to bring up now. So if you do have something now for the betterment of the County of Brant, speak now or forever hold your peace. Councillor Pearson, and Councillor Oakley, and Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you'll have heard this because I did say it this morning in Police Services Board. But I just wanted to thank all those for the Remembrance Day services. Regardless of whether it was in Paris or the other locations, there was a lot of people out, which is fantastic to support those that allowed us to do what we're doing today, that put forth a lot of them their lives from our local communities. I don't know whether it was the fact of it was just a Saturday or what it was, but the weather wasn't that bad, and there was a lot of people out there, and I appreciate that, and I just want to say thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Pierce. Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you'll entertain it, I'd like to make a motion, provided I get a seconder, for the delegations that came this evening that spoke in regards to Councillor Kyle's motion on gender-based violence, to have their addresses struck from the public record due to the risk of retaliatory violence.
Through Mayor Bailey to Councillor Oakley, no need for a motion. That will be done.
We've done that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Bell.
We talked a lot about chickens tonight.
No, we haven't. You have.
So I want to change the menu to pork chops. We have a pork chop solution already in place outside of Tim Hortons on Rest Acres Road. For the 10th or 20th time, I saw somebody abuse that system. Coming out of Tim Hortons going south, decided he would go across that pork chop, which is determined actually to move northbound traffic into the Tim Hortons area. We will have an accident sooner or later. I cannot countenance that we just ignore it. There is an opportunity, I think, to close it off now. The additional commercial site is now complete. I think we should take the smart action before we have an accident and close it off. The roundabouts are in place. It means another 5 seconds to go up to a roundabout or down to a roundabout. I would like staff to look at that and come back very soon.
Do you want to make that a motion? Seeking a seconder? Councillor Pierce? So the direction is for staff to look at the pork chop again and reevaluate it and figure out a solution. Councillor Miller?
I just want to speak to that. The plan is to close it, but I believe there's an agreement with Vicano to keep it there for a certain number of period. I don't think we can close it prematurely, but I'm pretty sure that's how it was left.
Maybe Mr. Walton can sort us out here.
Well, if I may say, Mr. Mayor, that we are observing daily a safety incident, and we're just saying, well, we can't deal with it because of some legal issue. I think safety should actually trump the issue of a legal document that was signed some years ago, probably redundant now because the development is completed.
Mr. Walton.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to get a microphone that works here. The county does have an agreement for when this pork chop is to remain open for, and I think through a Friday file, we probably can report that back to council initially, and then if that isn't satisfactory, deal with it in the form of a report.
Thanks. That's okay, Councillor Bell? Yeah. Anything else for the betterment of the county of Brant? I need a motion, please, by Councillor Coleman to take us in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, second by Councilor Pierce, that the County of Brant Council convene in camera to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, citizen appointments to committees and boards, and a recommendation to the shareholders, CEO recruitment, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instructions to be applied to negotiations, score, correspondence, and shared service committee mandate.
Everyone's clear? We're going in camera. All those in favor? Opposed? Yeah, Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Coleman that report RPT 0489-23 citizen appointments to boards and committees be received, and that the following citizens be appointed to the Tourism Advisory Committee for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 term. The individuals are Jen Howell and Jennifer Von Schleinitz. That the following citizens be appointed to the Accessibility Advisory Committee for the remainder of the 2022-2026 term. We have Amy Roberts and Ed Solak. And that the following citizen be appointed to the County of Brant Public Library Board for the remainder of the 2022-26 term, and that is Mike Ganopoulos.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
I do.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bell, that Darrell Lee be appointed as Chief Executive Officer of Brant Municipal Enterprises, and that the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to execute an employment agreement in this effect.
Everyone's clear? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Takes us to number 14 on the agenda, which is the bylaws, and Councillor Bell, you have them?
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Miller, that bylaws 121-23 to 129-23 be read a first time.
Thank you. All those in favor of the first reading? You do a second reading for us, Councillor Bell?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Miller, that bylaws 121-23 to 129-23 be read a second time, and all clauses and preambles be adopted.
Are there any questions to the second reading of the bylaws? Seeing none, all those in favor of the second reading? And if you could finish us off with the third reading, please, Councillor Bell.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Miller, that bylaws 121-23 to 129-23 be read a third time, passed, signed, and executed.
All those in favor of the third reading? Thank you. If there's nothing else,
There's nothing else.
the betterment of the County of Brant. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Pierce, we stand adjourned.